Hello.
In fact, I need to go get a straw. I need to stop my
Oh, wait, I guess I can't see it yet.
I'm gonna have Maddie do roll call things, or do you want to do it? Or you could do it. Do you think you got it?
I can do roll call.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
What I'm afraid of is minutes. Like,
Okay.
You'll
Yeah. No.
also
So
do
for
great on
minutes,
minutes.
make sure you
we'll be
share it.
taking it.
Yeah. Make sure. Yeah. No,
Hello.
Make sure you share it to Maddie, so that
Perfect.
like you guys could. Because
Okay,
normally they
then do
work
you want to
together
try
anyways.
one of those, Mike?
I'm not gonna lie.
You're
I'm still thinking about that third step in the video.
Hello.
How I feel about it.
You look real great.
It closed.
Are you
Real
gonna
great. Thank you.
You know who else loves it?
It's something you would be like, he just looks good.
Okay.
So I'm just putting it right here.
I have not updated your name to the press secretary yet. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
It has. To listen to anything. Can you forward or test it?
Jordan, test it one more time.
Hello. Testing, testing.
So question, honestly, did you see this
Uh, the cable would not just. Yeah, I think
Hello.
No, that's what she said. So she's not taking it out. Okay.
Chaganti, Cook, Davis, Desai, Taberry, Dean,
Present.
Dixon, Dunn, Echaburu, Falso,
Present.
Brink. Oh, you want me to say that?
No, yeah, I'm good now.
Okay. Hardwick, Hernandez, Hines, Ibrahim, Islam, Jones, Joshi, Khan, Kalu, Ledford, Lennon, Lewis, Lundergan, Banqui, Mingistab, McCoy, Nandula, Perez, Puri, Pittman, Price, Reed, Robertson, Robinson, Rive, Roman, Roth, Roy, Santoyani, Shahid, Smith, Spencer,
Present.
Stinnett, Taylor, Watts,
Or yeah, so
Oh.
Taylor
and Taylor.
okay, yeah, and Taylor.
RJ Taylor is
RJ Taylor's here. Yeah.
Okay. Watts,
here.
Webster, Witzbarger, Watley, Whitehead, Williams,
Present.
Williams,
Present.
Wilson, Shalokan, Yasa, Joe, D.
Nope,
Oh,
you don't have to
okay.
go. You don't have to go.
Okay, okay,
All
okay,
right. So, with 38 present, 21 absent, and 6 proxies, we do have quorum, and our business is valid. Okay. So awesome. So now we're going to go into the recitation of the student government mission statement. So repeat after me, or say it with me. Founded and funded by students, the NC State University student government encourages students to express their concerns and ideas, promotes an environment of open discourse and academic excellence, and proactively represents the student voice to the university administration and the board of trustees through ethical and accountable public service. All right, awesome. We do not have any receipts and petitions corresponded to an address to the Senate. The DEI report presentation will be during the sponsor report as motioned over the listserv later in the agenda. Now we're going to go into the approval of the journal of the previous meeting. Secretary Taylor told me that there was no corrections that were received. Are there any, but hearing that, are there any corrections for the minutes? Seeing none, I will look favorably upon a motion to approve the minutes. So moved by Legislative Secretary Watts, second by Senator Echeburu. All in favor of approving the minutes of last meeting's last meeting. Please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. And the minutes are so approved. Okay, so we're going to now move on into open floor comments from the student body, where each student will have up to 3 minutes each and a total time of up to 15 minutes. Are there any such students that wish to be addressed or that wish to address the Senate? Okay, once we get it, can we get a timer up for 3 minutes, please? And you'll have a timer on the screen. And then, so the first student, if you'd like to come, please state your name, pronouns, major, and what you'd like to address the Senate. 3 minutes. You get, yeah, just go for that. My name is Eva Adrian, pronouns she, her.
Can you make sure the
I'm a
microphone-
research student, and I'm here today.
Sorry. Oh. In support of R94, or the Campus Environmental Health and Safety Act. I am here as a concerned student, citizen, and member of the Campus Community Alliance for Environmental Justice. NC State has known about the presence of hazardous levels of PCBs in Poe Hall since 2018, but did not shut down the building until November 2023. That is 5 years of the administration knowing about toxic cancer-causing chemicals and making the decision to not inform the community. Concerned faculty in Poe Hall reported the presence of potential environmental debris to their supervisors all the way back in 2010 and were met with an action by the NC State admin. In 2018, NC State also found hazardous levels of PCBs in D.H. Hill Library. In D.H. Hill alone, the highest concentration of PCBs was found on the exterior of the building, which was 440 times the EPA limit. In 2019, Gold Residence Hall was found to have hazardous levels of PCBs, and in 2021, 111 Lamp Drive, formerly Daniels Hall, was also found to have hazardous levels of PCBs according to the EPA. Over 22 buildings that have been tested across campus have been found to contain PCBs. PCBs are linked to cancer, endocrine disruption, damage to the immune system, reproductive harm, cardiovascular disease, damage to the skin, and neurological diseases. Once they get into your system, they do not break down. PCBs latch onto your tissue, they get into your bloodstream, and they are considered forever chemicals. Over 500 people who studied or taught in Poe have reported cancer, autoimmune disorders, and neurological diseases. 36 people are confirmed dead. With the possible demolition of Poe Hall, those who live in Wake County should be concerned by these toxic chemicals being released into the air and potentially leaching into the nearby soil and groundwater. There needs to be proper remediation of the site. But this just doesn't stop with Poe Hall. If anything, this should make us question other buildings across campus. NC State needs to test all buildings built before 1990, no matter the cost. Our health matters more than buildings. And to conclude, I want to address everyone in this room tonight. You have the power to hold NC State accountable. NC State is an amazing, vibrant community full of talented people. And it is out of love for this community that I speak and demand justice for all of us tonight. I speak for those who are dealing with cancer and other health issues. I speak for scared students. I speak for concerned parents. I speak for the faculty here that I've gotten to know so well, that we have all gotten to know so well. I speak for you as well, members of the Senate, because you should all be concerned too. This is our health on the line. And it is not too much to ask for accountability from the people that should be protecting us. It is not too much to ask for transparency. It is not too much to ask to protect us from toxic chemicals. It is not too much to demand justice for all students, faculty, staff, and alumni of NC State. Thank you.
Thank you. So checking in with, just wait till afterwards if you want to, then we'll do that. All right. While we're going on, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Evie Shackles, and I am a senior. I'm also here in support of R94. When Poe Hall closed a little over a year ago, I didn't think much of it. Sure, I was surprised. I had had a few classes in the building before it was closed, but I wasn't really that concerned. Yes, I knew that a class of toxic chemicals called PCBs have been found in the building. And yes, I had heard rumors that PCBs are dangerous and cause cancer. But I assumed that people were overreacting. I assumed the university had our best interests at heart and that they've just closed the building out of an abundance of caution. I assumed they just didn't want to take any risks when it came to our health. Then I started hearing rumors. The university had known about PCBs in Poe Hall before they closed the building. And many people who had spent time in Poe Hall were seriously ill, and some had even died. PCBs had been reported in other campus buildings besides Poe Hall. I heard these rumors, but I didn't pay much attention to them. I thought, you can't believe everything you hear on the internet, and this is probably blown way out of proportion. Besides, I'm busy with classes and homework and other worries. I don't really have time to worry about this. It's not my problem. It wasn't until last semester that I started taking the toxic chemicals on our campus more seriously. I heard that the Campus Community for Alliance for Environmental Justice was going to deliver a petition to the chancellor demanding accountability. I attended this event and talked with the members of CCAEJ. I asked them about PCBs. Are these chemicals really that dangerous? Is this really this big of a problem? That's when I discovered the extent of this problem. The rumors I had heard were more than rumors. They were supported by evidence. This is when I realized I could no longer ignore the safety hazards in our campus buildings. That's why I joined CCAEJ. That's why I'm standing here right now. I know how easy it is to ignore this problem, to pretend it's not a big deal. That's what I have been doing until only recently, so I understand. But you can't keep putting your head in the sand. The problem isn't going to go away if you ignore it or pretend it's not a big deal. You guys are in a position to change things. to fight to protect your own health and the health of your fellow students. I want this resolution passed because we all deserve to learn and study and live and work in a place that won't give us cancer. You have the power to start us down this path. If you're currently ignoring this problem, please start paying attention and please make a change. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other students? Yep, please come forward.
Thanks for the opportunity to let me speak. My name is Hua Huang. I'm a PhD candidate at the Marine Earth and Atmospheric Science Department, and I'm here today to speak to you about my concern with the PCB exposure, not only as a student on campus, but also a member of the NC State Grad Union and organizing committee under the union UE Local 150. I'm sure you have heard many instances of the kind of impact PCB exposure can have on students and faculty. I'm going to talk about it in the context of the campus workers. I will start with bringing up the PCB standards as stated by the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, or OSHA. This comes directly from their website. OSHA does have specific standards for airborne levels for two isomers of PCBs, and they're listed in 29 CFR 1910.1000 Table Z1. These forms are chlorodiphenols. These both compounds are more common compounds found as insulating liquids used in electrical capacitors, transformers, and nuclear reactors. Other chemical forms of PCBs exist, such as chlorodiphenol, and are used in heat transfer enclosures and in investment casting waxes in foundries. Now, I know that the last one about nuclear reactors sounds odd to bring up, but I do believe our campus does have a nuclear reactor program called Postdoc Reactor. Might want to check that. Nonetheless, it's not just the students and faculty on the campus that this school needs to take responsibility for. You have your librarians who work at DHL Library. You have also folks who are keeping the school tidy and the lights on with the housekeepers and the facilities. You also have the workers that make your food at an atrium that's next to DHL Library. And that's just some of the positions of people who are keeping a campus operational. There's a housekeeper at my building in Jordan Hall that says she's been working here for 14 years and hasn't thought about the possibility of being exposed to PCB. But at the same time, she said to me that she wouldn't be surprised given how old many of these buildings are. So I'm talking about this opportunity to bring up the school's need to ensure that the campus workers are not going to succumb to cancer because of the school's negligence. I think it rings hollow for the school to have appreciation days for the housekeepers while refusing to meet them back in 2023 when they asked for increased wages of 20 per hour and a right to park for free while working on campus. So what would make this one worse is if the school ignores OSHA standards and let the workers get sick on top of inadequate wages. I haven't yet also talked about student workers yet. These include graduate, undergraduate, TAs, and RAs. We're in a special kind of limbo where I've seen supervisors who will say they don't really see student workers as workers, but when student workers don't satisfy the supervisor's expectations, a position as an employee conveniently gets brought up. So treat us as workers too. We are the ones that crank out your research findings and publications, we run the classes, and we grade many of y'all's exams.
Thank you for your
Yep.
comments. I
So-
apologize. Your 3 minutes are
sorry.
over. Thank
Last-
you. Sorry.
yep.
If you want to finish your sentence, you may.
Last sentence. So this issue is impactful for you as impactful for us, but for R94 because you're one of us and we keep us safe.
Thank you. All right. Yes, and you may speak.
Good evening, Senators. I see some familiar faces out there tonight. My name is Eric Martineau. I am a senior in plant biology and environmental science. My freshman year, I lived in Gold Hall from August of 2021 to April of 2022. As you have heard tonight, it tested positive for PCBs in 2019, and we are not sure if it continued to have tested positive afterwards, as there have been no tests conducted. I am not angry at NC State. A lot of my colleagues are angry. I'm not angry at NC State. I'm not angry at Randy Woodson. I am heartbroken. I'm heartbroken by my school. I'm heartbroken by the administration, and I am scared. I am terrified. I do not want to get sick. This is not the future I want for myself. I do not want to have cancer. I am asking that each of you votes to pass Resolution 94 tonight from the bottom of my heart. I'm not speaking out because I hate NC State. I love NC State so much. I have loved NC State since I was 6 years old, attending football games in Carter Finley Stadium. Since I was sitting in the rain watching us win against Chapel Hill. I remember getting my acceptance letter in January of 2021 when I did early decision, and I immediately knew where I was going to be in 8 months and where I was going to be for the next 4 years of my life. I love NC State, which is why this makes it so much more painful. I am not here to get a check. I am not here to do anything except know that I am safe. I'm not sure if this resolution will do anything. It is simply just a formal request to NC State to test the buildings, to compensate those who have been affected with testing. This is the loudest my voice has been if this was to be passed. And this will be the loudest your voices have been in regarding to this tragedy. Please fix NC State's legacy. Please. Please ease me of my heartbreak and my pain and my fear. Please ease me of my anxiety. And please vote to pass Resolution 94 tonight. Thank you. I yield my time.
Are there any more students that wish to speak? Yes, come please speak.
Good evening. I'd like to apologize. I didn't realize how formal this would be, or that I would be speaking into a microphone. Regardless, thank you all for letting me speak. My name is Kendall Godwin. I'm a first-year PhD student in microbiology here at NC State. All I really want to say is that I am firmly in support of Resolution 94, and I hope that you all are too. At the end of the day, the science of PCBs is very well established, and it's not really up for debate anymore. These buildings have tested positive on campus, and we don't really know the extent of the damage or the effect that it may have on the student body, on faculty, on staff, and on people who have been here previously. At the end of the day, NC State, I came here because I really believe in the think and do spirit. And to that end, I believe that when NC State faces a problem like this, the best course of action is to think about what happens and then to do something about it. At the end of the day, trying to hide behind lawyers or pushing us under the rug won't make it go away. It won't make the PCBs any less toxic. Again, the chemistry is established, the toxicology is established. All that it really does is just ignore an issue and allow people to continue to get sick. People who I and we all care about. As members of the Wolf Pack, we are all here to care for each other. And if we can't pass a resolution like this to help hold the administration accountable, are we also doing our due diligence to the think and do spirit? So I just ask you all to vote yes on Resolution 94. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any more students that wish to speak? Okay. Seeing none, thank you so much. Let's give another round of applause for everybody who came and spoke. Trust me, it's scary to come and talk in front of our senators. So thank you for your bravery. So with that, we're going to move out of the open floor comments from the student body, and we're going to move into the reports of the officers. So I'm going to give everybody 3 minutes. Actually, let's do the remaining time on the timer for the 15 minutes, and give everybody time to review the reports. And then we're going to go into a period of questions regarding all of the reports for the sake of time. So with that, let's have 2 minutes and 5 seconds for everybody to skim the reports, which were linked on the agenda, which everybody should have had as well. So with that. And also folks who came and spoke, if you guys want to come up to the secretary and let's make sure that you get names and that your speeches and stuff like that are in the correct sort of thing. Okay. So if you guys can go in order of the, in the order that you spoke, so we can make sure that you guys get it.
Oh, yes. Daniel?
Dander, D-U-R, Andy.
EVA.
ADA.
Okay. Yeah. We have a couple of secretaries, so I'll work around this. So yeah. Were you the third person that spoke? Were you the third person that spoke? Yeah, okay, so here, yeah, come over here. Yeah. Did you want to check to see what we wrote down, or? And also, like, I know that you had your speech, but if you wanted us to transcribe that, we're happy to. Or if, I know you had it written out and that type of thing. Yeah, but that's easier. Or that would get that. Awesome, I got you. Thank you so much. Yes. Well, we can make sure that this gets transcribed. Okay. Well, if that works. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. So, I'm gonna. Can you? You want me to run it somewhere? Can you put this? And then we can. Let's not gonna start this now. Let's put this. I'm going to make sure that this fits in my. So. Perfect. Really? Yeah. So I'm gonna try that. Yeah. They are recorded on the live. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Yeah, we just want to make sure that's reflecting what you guys want to say. Yeah, it looks good. That's the only thing I would say. I thought it was great. So, perfect. Okay. All right, you got names and stuff like that? Yeah. All right. Okay. Awesome. All right. So bring it back in. All right. So did everybody have enough time to look at the reports as needed and that type of thing? Are there any questions regarding any of the reports? I have a query from Senator Ledford. It's okay. Technical difficulties.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My question, this is so stupid. My question for Vice President Carreño is, can you talk a little bit more about the spring retreat and like what legislators we can expect to talk to and like some talking points we can prepare?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. I'm actually very excited about this spring retreat. As you know, last fall retreat, we brought in 3 legislators and had a great panel. Well, this time I want to make sure that our retreat is continuing on that path and taking it a step further by making the trip to the General Assembly in downtown Raleigh. And on the basis of my belief that really student government, we should be ensuring that our advocacy efforts extend beyond NC State and reach those that have the influence to make decisions on our campus and broadly across other institutions. And I think it's important to have relationships with legislators at the General Assembly. To that end, March 21st, 2025, come out from 12:30 to 5 p.m. where I have already secured a whole day planned with meetings with legislators. These are legislators in Wake County who obviously have a stake in NC State, as well as legislators that sit on the education and higher education committees. We're going to go in, develop relationships, talk about higher education issues, and then bring forth our NC State student government voice, especially as representatives of the largest public institution in the state. So I will be sending out an RSVP later today with more information, and I look forward to see y'all's involvement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Are there any other questions regarding any of the reports? Any questions? Okay. Note in the minutes, there is a bug. Okay. Seeing none, we're going to move out of the reports of the officers, and we're going to move directly into comments and announcements for up to 1 minute each. Any current or former member of student government may address the Senate. Are there any comments and or announcements? I have a comment or announcement from Student Body Treasurer Adams.
In my budget, oh my gosh, my brain is rotten due to appropriations. In my report, I linked the budget bill suggestion form. Please fill it out. We all pay student fees, so hearing your voice is very important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, get your suggestions for the budget bill. That will be up for first reading next meeting. So changes and stuff like that will need to be coming soon. All right, are there any other comments or announcements? You can raise your placard or raise your hand. Student Body President Mark Kurt. That always happens.
Hi, guys. In preparation for ACC Advocacy Days coming up in a couple weeks, we made a survey for legislative priorities for all students to take And it's just a chance to share some things that you care about, whether it's House resolutions or Senate resolutions that you guys are looking at or passionate about, or just issues. I've sent it out. It's in the Howl as well. It's linked in my report as well. So anything that you're passionate about, please, as we're trying to build our agenda when we're talking to legislators in DC.
Okay, awesome. Make sure you fill out that form as well. Are there any other comments or announcements? These also don't have to be SG related necessarily, but if you want to shout something out to the Senate. Grad Assistant Washington Jr.
This was listed in my report, but happy Black History Month, everyone. Thank you.
Get some snaps for that. Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments or announcements? Board of Elections Chair Ettinger.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to let you know books are opening on Friday for our spring elections. So election season is here. They're going to be open on Friday at 12:01 a.m. and they will go until the 16th, which is a Sunday. So if you are going to run, be sure to get those in. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for that comment announcement. Yay, elections coming up. Okay, with that also, everybody, all of the seats, regardless of whenever you were appointed, does mean that you do have to run again if you'd like to stay a senator. That was something that was a reminder that we would kind of give at the end of last session just to let everybody know. So with that, are there any other comments or announcements? Pro tempore Dewberry.
Hey everybody, the 104th session Senate DA Act is up for first reading tonight. This is how we close out our session. It also marks the time at which our session ends. That will be 12 p.m. on March 20th this year. If you have any last projects, please try to get them in before that date. Thank you.
All right. With that, yep, our session is quickly closing, but that doesn't mean that we can't get stuff done in that time period. Are there any other comments or announcements? Okay. Director of Communications, Fonseca Roque.
Hey guys, if you know anybody who is interested in like graphic making, editing, shooting videos or production or anything like that, please refer them to the email that Allison sent out a few days ago about 8, which is the advertising team for the elections. We currently only have 4 members and we are responsible for making all the graphics that are going to be advertising the elections, and the more people that vote, the more valid the results are. So if you know anybody who is interested in that and has no conflict of interest, meaning they're not running or serving in a campaign already, please send them that way. Thank you.
Yes, go join 8. They did a really, really great job last session and looking forward to see their work this time. All right, are there any more comments or announcements? Vice President Carreño.
On the note of communications, I know Director Fonseca Roque sent an email to all of SG members, but just as a reminder, please be respectful of Jahara and her team, as comms is now in the most busiest time of the year and their department is going to be stretched very thin. So as all student government members, as you're preparing to submit events and requests and graphics and photos and all those things that comms does such a great job with, just be respectful and follow the procedures that the department has set up. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Snaps for comms. Let's get snaps around snaps for comms. They do really awesome work and excited to continue seeing that. All right, are there any other last comments or announcements? Seeing none, we will move out of the period of comments and announcements and move into our announcement of resignations. We have Sumitra Joshi, who was a student senator in the Wilson College of Textiles, Krithika Yasa, student senator in the College of Agricultural and Life Sciences, and Shalina Lorraine, who is the director of equity and accessibility in the executive branch. With that, these resignations are effective immediately upon receipt, but I wanted to announce them to everybody. So, with that, we're going to move on into the approval of appointments of senators and other student government officials. I will look favorably upon a motion to consider these en bloc. Motion from Pro Tempore Dewberry. How do you want to block these?
Block all the legislators together.
Okay, so we're going to, the motion is to block all of the legislative appointments together. Is there a second? Second from Senator Apperson. We'll give it to Apperson today. All right, all in favor of considering the motions and the appointments en bloc, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it, and the appointments are going to be considered en bloc. All right, with that, we're going to have, if we can have our senator and legislative appointments come up to the front. You guys will have 30 seconds to 90 seconds to introduce yourselves with your name, major, college, and why you want to be your position. Also, please, because we have some mixed positions, please let us know what position you're going for, and then we will go from there. Okay, so you have 90 seconds to introduce yourself once we get a timer up, and I'm stalling a little bit, but all right. And you have 30 seconds, or not 30 seconds, 90 seconds. Go. A minute, 30 seconds.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Just making sure. Excuse the face. I'm trying a new face wash, and apparently it gets worse before it gets better. But my name is River Mailer. I'm happy to be here. I've been a proxy a few times. I'm from the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. I'm majoring in criminology with a minor in political science. I hope to one day run for actual U.S. Congress and hopefully one day president. But we'll see. And yeah, it's great meeting you guys. I see some faces that I've seen before, and I'm excited to, if appointed, do my job well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, snaps for that. Yeah, just turn that on and just leave it on for everybody for this.
Are we restarting the time?
Yep. Go.
Good evening. My name is Ariana Byrne. I identify as she, her pronouns. I'm a part of the Benjamin Franklin Scholars, which means that I'm a dual major in political science and engineering. As my time here, I'll be representing the College of Engineering. Through my interdisciplinary studies, I have found that I'm rooted in my desire to be adaptable and work towards a sustainable future, which is what I would like to strive for here when I'm working with everyone. My purpose is to devote myself to my peers and honoring them above myself, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to stand before you all today, and I hope to contribute a lot to the group.
Thank you. Let's snaps for that. Okay. And finally, John Britt.
Hi, everyone. I was not actually expecting to have to give a speech. So
No worries.
Improv. I am John Britt. I'm a fourth-year PhD student in the genetics and genomics sciences. I think that's what we're calling ourselves now.
Yep.
We've merged and dismerged and re-merged like 3 times at this point. Why I joined is because I really think helping people is important. And I think that this role allows me to help the graduate students that I represent both in and outside of my department. And I hope that by serving with all you, I can help them even more than I do now. So thank you.
Thank you. Snaps for that. Okay. Are there any questions for our appointees? I see a query from Proxy. Who are you proxying for again? Proxy Aleem. Okay, yeah. Proxy Aleem. Go for it.
What are your guys' favorite books?
Favorite books? Okay, books. Yeah, just come up and say it. You don't have to just move closer. We don't bite.
Yeah. So the Bible.
Here, use
Sorry.
use your mic.
All right, sorry. Well, that's an easy one. I guess the Bible. Yeah, I like political books. I've been into politics since 2011 with Obama's second presidency. So anything political. Novels I like, but this guy's gonna go.
That is a great way to scapegoat someone. No, I'll say the Bible as well is one of my favorite books. I'll also say the most like expected book that you expect someone who does genetics for a living to say. My all-time favorite fiction book is Frankenstein. I really do like it. I'm not even like doing it from like a cliche. I'm just full of cliches. But no, those are my favorite books.
Okay.
But yeah,
Thank you.
it's now your turn to be.
All right, go for it.
Okay. Thank you for your question. I would agree that the Bible would be my favorite, but for novel-wise, I would definitely say that The Great Gatsby is my favorite book because I like to analyze the dynamics of power and I find it very interesting. And then second to that would probably be The Pictures of Dorian Gray. I think that's a really good classic novel that's not as popular sometimes.
Thank you. All right. After we learned our appointees' favorite books, are there any other questions? Seeing none, I'm going to have our Sergeant at Arms, if you will follow Lance out to the door so we can have a brief discussion.
I was asking about cigarettes. I thought you were telling me that.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. That was an unexpected question, y'all. But are there any points of discussion regarding our appointees? Okay. I have a pro from Pro Tempore Dewberry.
I had the pleasure of interviewing River for the position. He seems like he's very dedicated to the job. I've also had the pleasure of meeting Ariana. I haven't met John yet. I did not know they all had the same favorite book. But it's good to know about people before we, put them in the Senate. They all seem like they're very dedicated, and I can't wait to see what type of work they do here.
Okay. Awesome. That was pro from the Pro Tempore. Is there any other points of discussion? Senator Stinnett.
So the only one I know is actually John, so this kind of fills things out pretty well. I'm actually in a program with him, and he is great, so I highly recommend him as well.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, Senator Apperson.
I don't know Ariana well. I actually just talked to her for the first time before this class, but she seemed very polite, very nice, and if she's like that all the time, I think she'd be a good fit for us. Also, she likes The Great Gatsby, so that's a win in my book.
Okay, awesome. All right, thank you, Senator Apperson. Is there any other points of discussion? Seeing none, we're going to move into a roll call vote. So with that, Secretary Barrett and Secretary Watts, are you guys ready? So yeah, go into the voting sheet. Make sure you're marking on the voting sheet, not the attendance.
Okay, we ready? Aleem? Al-Shamari?
Okay. Hold on. Technical difficulties. There we go. Okay.
Okay, we're starting over. Aleem? Al-Shamari? Apperson? Baker? I say yes. Biggs? Yes. Bohad? Cars? Chigoni? I'm sorry, y'all. These
Biggs, Boaz.
Biggs, yes.
Okay.
My apologies.
Biggs, yes.
Boaz?
Boaz? Cars? Oh, yes. Cars? Chigonti? Cook? Davis? Desai? Dewberry?
Yes.
Dean? Dixon? Dunn?
Yes.
Edgebrew?
Yes.
Balzo?
Yes.
Frink? Hardwick? Hernandez? Hines? Ibrahim? Islam? Jones? Joshi? Khan? Oh, do we get Joshi?
No, Joshi's resigned. I realized that we forgot to move that.
And then Khan said yes. Okay. Kalu? Ledford? Lennon? Lewis? Lundergan? Banqui? Mangistap? McCoy? Mandula? Perez? Perry? Pittman? Price? Reed? Robertson? Robinson? Rollins? Roman? Roth? Roy?
Santoriani.
Gene? Okay. Smith? Spencer? Stinnett? Taylor? Watts? Webster? Wedsbarger? Watley? Whitehead? Williams? Williams? Wilson? Jalokin? Yasa? Joe?
With that, we have 45 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, and these appointments do pass. And we'll welcome them back in with a round of applause. And legislative assistant. All right. Thank you. All right. Now I'm going to have Caleb Carter come up to the front for a brief introduction, and we're going to go do this all again. All right. You have 90 seconds. Introduce yourself.
Hey, what's up, Jonathan? My name is Caleb Carter. I was the assistant director of the Department of Sustainability and Exec Branch. Last semester, I'm co-director. This semester, I'm a senior in chemical engineering. We've done a bunch of really good stuff these past semesters. Looking forward to doing more as we go. I've also read parts of the Bible. Yeah, I like questions, so ask away.
Are there any questions for our appointee? I have a query from Senator Zolican.
Can you like discuss what plans you have for like the sustainability department specifically?
Sure. So I can go into what we are currently doing. So what I'm working on is it's called the Plastics Task Force. So we're creating some kind of high level framework to be used with faculty and staff kind of across campus for future plastic reduction projects. We've done a couple, well, we did a Mystery Service Saturday event with SI. We did a clothing swap. And my partner, Caravi, is working on a sustainable suds project. So promoting sustainable purchasing. We're giving a big donation to Feed the Pack, some like laundry detergent sheets. So a lot of good
Spoiler
stuff
alert,
going
they're
on.
coming to Senate soon.
Yeah.
But are there any other questions for Senator Apperson?
Yeah, you're getting grilled by the CNR senators, I guess. But I do have to ask, so you mentioned you were a senior. Does that mean this is just like a temporary position for you? Or do you plan on staying like longer?
I'm going to give a point of information from student body president as well. This is until the end of the session, if that helps you.
So Caleb Carter has been sitting as assistant director of sustainability. He has done so much work that our team, as well as Caravi, wanted to uplift him as a co-director position. And so he's pretty much been serving within this capacity due to the amount of work that he's been doing. And we wanted to have that recognized longstanding within our procedures.
Okay. Yeah. So that gives you guys a little bit more context, but you're welcome to answer that question further if you'd like.
Oh, what was the question? Oh, I graduate in the spring. I'm going to be in sustainability consulting. I work for a startup.
Awesome. Okay. Are there any other questions? Senator Santoyani, jumping on the CNR train.
Yeah, just wanted to add to that. Second favorite book other than the Bible?
The Source by James Michener. It's super long. It took me like 4 months to read. So cool though. Really, really dense, but really good narrative, really good like historical fiction.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. All right. Senator Echeburu.
What's been your favorite part about being at NC State?
Intramural sports. I came from playing volleyball, so sorry for the garb.
No worries.
And then the College of Engineering has a ton of really awesome resources. So like I've been privileged to study abroad and go on an alternative service break. I'm involved in other student organizations. I've been able to be a part of student government, get a bunch of stuff done. So a ton of student support, really. Just
Okay. Awesome. Are there any other questions? Senator Zolican for the second and final time.
This is kind of a lame question, but like how would your role as like co-director differ from your role now?
You've been acting as an interim co-director, and this is like confirming it. Yeah. But if you want to add to that.
That was pretty good.
Okay. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Okay, perfect. All right. Are there any other questions regarding this? Seeing none, if you would follow Lance, and we can have a brief little discussion. I will also let Allison, who is the appointing official, I realized I forgot to do this a little bit earlier, to give a little bit of a report or a shout out to Caleb as the appointing official of this. So when Lance comes back in the room, you can go. Yeah, let's just go. Just go.
So Caleb went through.
Oh, okay.
So Caleb went through the process that all of our directors went through at the beginning of the year. He was one of our interview and applicants. It was neck and neck with him and Caribbean. They really have done such a great job. But he was screened, went through our the same line of questioning as everyone else that has been approved through Senate, and he just has really stepped it up. And Caribbean agrees that he should be acknowledged. They operate on a system where Caribbean's working on kind of one half of the work and he's working on the other half. So it isn't really just a namesake. Like they step up and they're kind of working on different teams.
Okay, awesome. Are there any points of discussion? Remind me who you're proxying for. Proxy Perez.
Okay, my mic also doesn't work, but that is okay. So, as being a friend to Caribbean and knowing her work, she has discussed it with me, and I have seen Caleb's work, and she has entrusted him with the job. He has worked wonderfully. They work together beautifully, and I know the bills that he's passing to the Senate. I believe that he will be good as a co-director instead of just an assistant director because he does take on a good burden of responsibility.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other points of discussion? I have a motion from Senator Biggs.
Moved to previous question.
Previous question has been called. Is there a second? Second from Senator Whitehead. All in favor of previous question, which means we go into a roll call vote, say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Previous question passes, and we'll go into a roll call vote. So, secretaries, you guys ready?
Okay. All right. Aleem? Al-Shamari? Apperson? Yes. Barker? I say yes. Biggs? Yes. Blige? Kars? Shiganti? Cook? Davis? Yes. Desai? Dewberry?
Yes.
Dean? Dixon? Yes. Dunn? Yes. Echeburu?
Yes.
Falso?
Yes.
Frink? Yes. Hardwick? Hernandez? Hines?
Yes.
Ibrahim? Islam? Yes. Jones? Yes. Joshi? Khan?
Yes.
Kalu? Ledford?
Yes.
Lennon?
Yes.
Lewis? Lundergan? Banqui? McGistop? McCoy? Landula? Perez?
Yes.
Perry? Pittman? Bryce?
Yes.
Reed?
Yes.
Robertson?
Yes.
Robinson?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Roman? Roth? Roy? Santoyani?
Santoyani.
Santoyani? Saeed? Smith? Spencer? Sinet? Taylor? Taylor? Watson? Wait, Watts?
Yes.
Webster?
Yes.
Wesberger? Watley?
Yes.
Whitehead?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Williams?
Yeah.
Wilson? Joe? Okay, sorry. Okay, Yasa? Joe? Okay. My bad, yeah.
And actually, with our two new senators, I realized Byrne, Burn, no, okay, Burn, and shoot, remind me of your last name. Britt, Burn and Britt.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome, and we'll make sure that you guys get on there. Okay. And yes. So with 46 in the affirmative, or 47 in the affirmative, I think after you exit out of that cell, 47 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions. This appointment does pass, and we will welcome him in with a, wait, did I miss somebody? Who? Aleem? How do you vote? Okay, 48 in the affirmative. This does pass, and we will welcome them in with a round of applause. So, all right. So normally we have a wellness break right after this, but Department of Communications has asked that we do a quick little filming clip. So and a photo. So I'm gonna ask that everybody stay seated for a second, and I'm gonna let the Director of Communications take over. Okay. All right, Jahara, whenever you're ready. If you want, do you have any directions for people?
Sorry, if everyone could put like their laptops down so like there's like nothing up.
Okay.
And
no,
hold on, I
you
have to
keep
find
yours.
my-
You're an exception at this point.
So what me and Johara have been working on is an educational series for the student government Instagram, because we realized a part of outreach is education and we haven't been really hitting on the civic education. So our first episode is going to be about Senate basics. So we're filming like the opening scene and it's going to be about Senate and we're going to be in the chamber. And so I'm going to walk up and I'm going to be like, "Hi, my name is Mary, blah, 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 blah." And then I'm going to be like, "Say hey, everybody." And then she's going to pan out and you're all going to be standing kind of like in the middle and you're going to be like, "Hey." And you have to say hey so I don't look like a goober. Okay.
All right. So, Jahara, how do you need people to be? Do you need people to just sit here for now?
Sit for 1 second and then we will smush.
Okay. Sounds good.
we're also gonna take a group photo after the video, so don't leave when we're done filming it.
Okay. So, thank you guys for your patience.
Please stand up and move towards the middle, but don't get in the middle if that makes sense.
Like everybody stay in your row, but like move towards the middle if you can. Okay. You guys go in front. Go over there. Go over there. Yeah, no, go over.
Quiet on set, please. Quiet on set. Hello, quiet on set. Okay, please, if you can, try to hear Mary. She's gonna be the one saying everything, and when she says, "Say hi, Senate," we're gonna stop right up here, and then that's when I'm gonna pan this way, and everyone's gonna say hi and keep waving. Yes. Yes. Yes, Davion. Okay, yes. So Mary's gonna say hi, Senate. And then I would say literally count 1 second in your head because that's how fast I'm gonna be this way, and that's when y'all start saying hi. Okay. So basically you have to be really paying attention to the front. Mary's yeah, because it's gonna be like all right, I'm gonna count down so Mary knows when to start, but I'm not gonna have the mic, so y'all really need to pay attention and not talk.
Do not make us do this twice and don't make me use my big girl voice again. Okay. Hey y'all, my name is Mary Ledford. I'm a College of Education senator and welcome to Behind the Chamber Doors. Say hey, Senate. Hey.
Beautiful, amazing.
Don't leave. We're taking a group photo. But now y'all can spill into the middle and get all close together.
All right, folks. So if everybody could please return to their seats and find their seats for folks who have not had them. So, yeah, I won't. Okay. All right. So first, we're going to move into veto messages from the student body president. There are none. And then we're going to move into consent agenda. There is none. So we're going to move into first reading of legislation. And before we do that, we have a motion to suspend the rules from pro tempore Dewberry to allow for Chief Justice Shiva Godareddy to introduce the GB 117, which is the Special Review Committee Composition Act. This is not a debatable motion, technically. So this is the suspension of, but I'll give more context. Suspension of the rules is to allow for conflict of interests to not happen with the introduction of this piece of legislation, given that it is Special Review Committee, which deals directly with elections and that oversight. So, is there a second for this motion? A second from Senator Ledford. All in favor of the motion to suspend the rules to allow for the Chief Justice to introduce this piece of legislation, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Okay, ayes have it, and the piece of legislation will be calendared for first reading. So now with that, we're going to go into the first reading of legislation, and we're going to start with AB 110. Spring Break 2025 to Fall Break 2025 Appropriations Bill. Legislative Secretary, will you please read the long title?
An appropriations bill to be entitled an act to appropriate student body funds for the Spring Break 2025 to Fall Break 2025 cycle for the purpose of benefiting NC State student organizations.
Okay. Next, we're going to have R111, the Teaching Fellows Expansion Act.
A resolution to be entitled an act to promote the inclusion of all teacher licensure programs and teaching fellows program.
Okay. We're going to have FB 114, CrossFit Club Reimbursement Act.
One moment.
Sorry, I'm going a little fast.
You're good. A finance bill to be entitled an act to allocate student government funds for the purpose of reimbursing CrossFit Club at NC State.
Okay. FB 115, Sky at NC State Reimbursement Act.
A finance bill to be entitled an act to allocate student government funds for the purpose of reimbursing Sky at NC State.
R116, the Academic Provisions Standardization Act.
A resolution to be entitled an act to support the adoption of a revised attendance policy by the Faculty Senate and reiterate the university's and NC State student government's commitment to student and faculty well-being.
Okay. GB 117, Special Review Committee Composition Act.
A government bill to be entitled an act to amend student body statutes for the purpose of clarifying special review committee membership and identifying additional alternatives.
GB 118, the SBO Review Establishment Act.
A government bill to be entitled an act to establish an annual review of the student body officers and to provide a definition to the annual review of the student senate president.
SR 119, the 104th Session Sine Die Act.
A Senate resolution to be entitled an act to establish adjournment sine die of the 104th session of the North Carolina State University Student Senate.
R120, the Streamlining the Printing Process Act.
A resolution to modernize and streamline campus printing services for greater accessibility and efficiency.
And GB 121, 80-seat Apportionment Act.
A government bill to be entitled an act to amend apportionment statutes in the event that the referendum to increase the number of seats to be between 72 and 80 passes.
Great. All right. With that, we're out of first reading. We're going to go into the motions to fast track legislation. FB 114, 115, and 120 were so properly motioned over the listserv. Is there a second for any of these pieces of legislation? Is that a second motion from Senator Biggs?
A motion to have all these in block.
A motion has been made to consider all the motions in fast track in block. There is a second by Pro Tempore Dewberry. All in favor of considering these motions to fast track in block, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it, and the motions to fast track will be considered en block. So with that, is there a second to motion for the motions to fast track? second by Pro Tempore Dewberry. All in favor of, okay, we have a 5-minute period question for questions on the motion. Are there any questions regarding the motions to fast track? Seeing none, we will move into a voice vote. All in favor of fast tracking these pieces of legislation, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it, and these pieces of legislation will be calendared for second reading. Great, awesome. All right, so now we're going to go on to referrals to committee. So I have my notes on my computer right here. So AB 110 will be referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Teaching Fellows Expansion Act will be referred to Student Affairs. Academic Provision Standardization Act, Student Affairs. Special Review Committee Composition Act, Rules. SBO Review Establishment Act, GROW. 104th Session CNADA Act, also GROW. And then the 80-seat Apportionment Act to the Select Committee on Apportionment. Okay, with that, if there's any questions about that, or if you disagree with my opinions, I am always happy to have criticism. And if you think that there should be better, feel free to email me with your arguments. All right, now we're going to move on into the second reading of legislation. Given that the sponsor is not here, I will be friendly to a motion from Pro Tempore Dewberry.
I move to amend the agenda to put R 108 after SB 71 on second reading.
Okay, there has been a motion to put R 108 after SB 71. Is there a second? A second by Senator Echeburu. All in favor of amending the agenda as such, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. All right, and the agenda is so amended. So we're going to go into R 107, SB 71, and then R 108. So with that, we're going to read the long title for R 107 for the second and final time. And so R 107, the National FFA and Agricultural Education Act. Legislative Secretary, will you please read the long title?
A resolution to be entitled an act to commemorate the National FFA Week in agricultural education in secondary schools and university institutions.
This piece of legislation was sponsored by Senator Preston Spencer. You have 5 minutes to deliver a sponsor report.
Thank you, Student Senate President. First off, I just want to say thank you to everyone who agreed to be a sponsor on this bill. This is my first piece of legislation that I have written as the corresponding senator, so I'm just very appreciative of all the support it's received so far. But the reason for writing this bill is agricultural education is super important to middle school and high school students, as well as us at NC State. Since we are a land grant, we are required to have agriculture in its many capacities. And it touches everything, every aspect of our lives, from a restaurant all the way to the clothes we wear, to the vehicles we drive, to the commodities grown on their respective farms. And FFA Week is essentially a giant celebration. Is not the appropriate word, but for our intents and purposes, we're going with celebration. It's time to recognize the FFA members and the hard work they put in, the alumni in FFA, the advisors, which are the agriculture educators at the high school, middle school levels, and the relentless dedication they put in. They are 12-month teachers, unlike a lot of middle school and high school teachers. So they work extra hours around the clock for their students. And it is February 15th through the 22nd. That is National FFA Week. And so when I was writing this bill, I really wanted the members of student government and of the student body who aren't in agricultural education, who aren't in the College of Ag and Life Sciences, to really, have the opportunity to learn about the importance of agricultural education and the value it brings to the table. It is the career technical education. CTE skills, and FFA is an intracurricular organization, which means that there's a federal charter between the National FFA organization and the U.S. government and Department of Education. So it's a very unique organization, and it is entirely student run, all the way down from the members in the high school up to the national officers that actually sit on the board of directors. And there's a student body, actually just like Senate, that convenes every year at convention to pass legislation. For example, in the 60s, they decided to merge with NFA, which was New Farmers of America, I believe, which is the African-American equivalent. They merged those two organizations. Then they expanded membership to women. They changed the organization name from Future Farmers of America to National FFA to recognize that not everyone wants to be a farmer, and that agriculture is not just about being a farm. It's research, it's food processing, it's all these aspects of our lives. And last but not least, North Carolina is the 5th largest association for National FFA. We have almost 50,000 members in a 1 million member organization. So I just felt when I was writing this, I was like, we as student government should take an affirmation towards the importance of being a land grant in agricultural education. And thank y'all for all y'all's help and support on this bill.
Thank you. All right. Snaps for sponsor report. Okay. This piece of legislation was referred to the Standing Committee on Student Affairs. Senator Price, you have 5 minutes to deliver a sponsor or committee report.
Hey everyone. So in student affairs, we only amended a few things, and that was at the very bottom and who to send this legislation to. But it did pass student affairs with favorable review.
Okay, thank you. All right. With that, we're going to go into a period of 10 minutes for questions regarding this piece of legislation. Are there any questions regarding this piece of legislation? Seeing none, knowing that you can ask questions during debate, we're going to go into a period of debate not to exceed 21 minutes, alternating pro and con. And let's start with pro debate. Is there any pro debate? Pro debate, I have a motion from Senator Spencer.
I move to amend one of the resolve clauses that has been sent to the legislative secretary.
Okay, the amendment has been sent to the legislative secretary, and the amendment is as follows. The legislation will be sent to the National FFA Advisor, Board Chair, and NC State Professor Travis Sparks. And then I'm assuming there's going to be a comma right after that. So, is there a second for this amendment? I have a second from Senator Biggs. And all right, so now we're going to go into discussion of the amendment. Is there any questions or debate on the amendment? I have a pro debate on the pro debate on the amendment? Pro debate on the amendment from Senator Williams.
Dr. Parks is like the coolest guy ever, and we definitely need to add him. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. That was pro debate. Is there any con debate on the amendment? Seeing none, I'm going to go back to pro debate. Pro debate from Senator Spencer.
So for those of y'all who don't know, Dr. Park is in the Agriculture and Human Sciences Department of CALS. He is the National FFA Advisor and serves as the board chair for the National FFA organization, and he's a professor here. So for us to have a professor at NC State serve in that capacity is a massive deal in the agriculture world. For us to be in CALS, you'll say we go to NC State and have that be affiliated with us is a very great on resumes and very great connection builder. So that's the reason why I would like this legislation sent to him as well.
Okay, awesome. That was pro debate on the amendment. Is there any con debate on the amendment? Seeing none, is there any pro debate on the amendment? I have a motion from Senator Williams. Previous question has been called. Is there a second from Senator Williams? Or not Williams, sorry, Senator Lewis. I was making direct eye contact with you in it. All right, all in favor of previous question, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it, and we'll go into voting on the amendment. So all in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it, and the amendment stands. So Legislative Secretary, if you could resolve the comment, that would be great. Okay, comment has been so accepted. Now we're back into the discussion of the whole bill. All right, there is, do I see pro debate? I see pro debate from Senator Pittman, and then we're going to go back this way, if that's okay. All right, it's pro debate on the entire bill.
Thanks, Caroline. I just want to thank the bill sponsor for putting up this bill. It's very important. I was an FFA in high school. I do have a Southern accent, but I do not want to farm. But there's more to FFA than just farming and agriculture. It is for leadership development. When I was in it, it helped me to develop my public speaking skills as well as leadership, parliamentary procedure. We did make it to nationals. We didn't play Senate. May or may not have been rigged. Cannot say that. But like I said, FFA is really great. It's great for fellowship as well. Networking as well. It's a really good organization. I really encourage everybody to vote yes on this bill.
Great. Thank you. That was pro debate on the legislation. Do I see any con debate? Seeing no con debate, I'm going to go into pro debate from Senator Ledford.
All right. I was in the student affairs meeting when Senator Spencer was talking about this legislation, and I really loved it. And I feel like it's really essential to mention how it impacts students in the K through 12 system. Like Senator Spencer touched on, this vocational education is so important for students. It is, one, developmentally appropriate for the students, and two, it helps them explore and determine what they want to do. And it's a way to uplift people from rural communities who maybe don't have any job prospects. It gives them experience in high school. It gives them experience that they can put on their resumes, and it makes them happy. Like, I don't know what else to say. That is all.
Okay, thank you. That was pro debate from Senator Ledford. Do I see any con debate on the piece of legislation? Seeing none, I will see if there's pro debate from Senator Williams.
Thank you. So I come from a high school that went through 5 different agricultural educators over the course of 4 years, and it was absolutely detrimental to our FFA program. We didn't meet a single time over those 4 years, and as such, all programming for students at my school was completely wiped away for them, and that's absolutely terrible. And I just can't iterate how much the importance of FFA is to many of our rural students, especially with this being a land-grant institution. Every single one of those people in the resolve clause has played an extremely important part in my education here at NC State, and this really is such an important bill because FFA really has established a pipeline. A vast majority of our students who are in the College of Ag and Life Sciences has benefited from an FFA program. Thank you.
Thank you. That was pro debate. I have a motion from Senator Smith, right? I know you're Tyler, but I can't remember. So you got Roth right there and Smith right there. So motion from Senator Smith.
I think this is just a clerical error, but his name is Travis Park without an S, not Travis Parks.
Parks. Okay. We'll consider that a clerical. Thank you for pointing that out. So it's Travis Park, not Parks.
Yes.
Okay.
that's right.
If you could delete that, then that'll be great. Okay. All right. With that, that was pro debate. Thank you for the friendly amendment and the clerical error. I have. Do I see any con debate? Seeing no con debate, I have pro debate from Senator Biggs.
Hey, I'll just put this in perspective for you guys. FFA, great pipeline to the farm. And without farmers, we'd be hungry, naked, and scared. And in 1790, 90% of Americans were farmers, and now it's less than 2% of Americans. And our population has multiplied 85 times over. And thanks to institutions like this, we have been able to commercialize agriculture and have great innovation in the field so that we have the privilege to not be on the farm and we have the privilege to be here. And this would mean a lot to the FFA coming from us. And yeah, I'd really appreciate you guys saying yes on this.
Yeah, thank you. That was pro debate from Senator Biggs. Do I see any con debate? I see a motion from Senator Apperson.
A motion to previous question.
Previous question has been called. Is there a second? A second from Senator Williams. All in favor of previous question, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it, and previous question passes, and we're going to go straight into a roll call vote. So you need my computer for this one. So. Here you go. Okay. Secretary Barrett, whenever you're ready.
Aleem? Al-Shamari? Apperson? Barker? I say yes. Biggs? Fudge? Cars? Chiganti? Cook? Davis? Desai? Dewberry?
Yes.
Dean? Dixon? Dunn? Oh, slowing down. It's okay.
Okay, who do you need to go again? Dunn? Dunn says yes.
Okay. Echeverria? Yes. Falso? Yes. Brink? Yes. Hardwick? Hernandez? Hines? Yes. Ibrahim?
Wait, hold on. Who do you need?
Hines.
Hines?
Ibrahim? Islam? Jones? Joshi?
Nope.
Khan?
Yes.
Kalu? Ledford?
Yes.
Lennon?
Yes.
Lewis? Lundergan? Banquet?
Yes.
Mingistab? McCoy? Nandula? Perez?
Yes.
Perry? Pittman?
Yes.
Price?
Yes.
Reed?
Yes.
Robertson?
Yes.
Robinson?
Yes.
Rolfe?
Yes.
Roman? Roth? Roy?
Santoyani.
Santoyani? Shahid? Smith? Spencer? Sinet? Taylor? Taylor? Watts? Webster?
Yes.
Wetzberger? Watley? Whitehead. Williams. Williams. Wilson. Jolkin. Yasa. Joe.
And then our two new ones.
Oh, Byrne. Britt.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. All right. With 50 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this piece of legislation does pass, and we'll go to the student body president for a signature or veto. So let's give a round of applause. No, just hold on to it. That's all right, now we're going to move on into SB 71, the Senate Standing Committee Chair Appointment and Removal Reformation Act. Legislative Secretary, will you please read the long title?
A Senate bill to be entitled an act to amend the standing rules of the Senate for the purpose of requiring approval by a vote of the Student Senate regarding selections or removal of senators serving as Senate Standing Committee chairs.
Okay, this piece of legislation was sponsored by Senator Justin Pittman. You have 5 minutes to deliver a sponsor report.
Thanks, Caroline. Before I start with delivering my report, I would start by thanking the bill's sponsors and the GROW Committee for their extensive help in patching some loopholes and some problems that were with the first reading of the bill. So I would like to just thank them for their help with that. It was a very long meeting, but it was well worth it. So the purpose of this, you guys may be wondering, what's the purpose of this? This gives more power to the Senate when it comes to the adoption and the removal of our standing committee chairs. What this bill would do is the Senate president now has the power to appoint and remove Senate chairs without no say from the Senate, but the Senate can now overturn the president's removal of standing committee chairs once the act has been done. How this would work now is when it comes to the appointment of standing committee chairs, and the reason of this is because they're very important in our Senate. They are probably the most important people in our Senate besides the leadership of the SSP and the pro tem. They are the policy pushers within the Senate. They are very knowledgeable in their fields. How it will work is they have to have a simple majority approval by the Senate. So the Senate president would appoint, and we must approve those Senate chairs. And it also protects our Senate chairs as well from internal politics. And what this would do is it will protect our chairs by requiring the president to initiate the removal process and give a reasoning of the removal process. And the Senate must have 2/3 approval to remove a standing committee chair. We are in the age of politics, not calling all of us politics, but this is to protect them from internal politics, because I believe the Senate must, by a well margin, agree to remove somebody for that need. And another thing is there are some clarifications from former members of the Senate before they resigned as well. And this bill would give the Senate president 10 days to appoint replacement for the Senate to consider with that as well. Like I said, I just really want to thank the GROW Committee for their help on this. This is very extensive, and I look forward to entertaining any questions or debate when that comes up.
Awesome. Thank you so much. This piece of legislation was referred to the Standing Committee on Government Relations and Oversight. Chair Ledford, you have 5 minutes to deliver a committee report.
I yield my time to Vice Chair Webster.
Okay, Vice Chair Webster, you have 5 minutes.
Hi. So first, I'd like to thank Justin Pittman for his wonderful work on this bill and the entire GROW Committee for their very diligent work that happened in committee last week and prior on this bill. So the debate was very constructive on this bill, and there was a lot of detail and thought put in to ensure that adequate checks and balance were present within our changes to statutes, seeing as this would affect the appointment process and removal process for chairs. A couple of amendments were proposed and voted on, including friendly amendments that changed some of the semantics of the bill to ensure clarity in the wording. Additionally, there was an amendment made to allow for chairs to be appointed and to serve on an acting basis until the approval of the Senate, which was just to help with transition between sessions, so that way the SSP could still do the work they needed to do with the chairs, so that way they weren't left stranded until they could get appointed. Additionally, amendment was also made to give the Senate president 10 school days to name their appointments for the Senate, so that way the Senate could adequately look over, to give the SSP an adequate amount of time to make their decisions, and then also allow this other senators to really think about these appointments to see how they want to vote for approval. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. That was the GROW Committee report. With that, we're going to move into a period of 10 minutes for questions regarding this piece of legislation. Motions come during debate, so just hold on. All right. So are there any questions regarding this piece of legislation? Seeing none, knowing that you can ask questions during debate, I'm going to close the period of questions, and we're going to go into a period of debate not to exceed 21 minutes, alternating pro and con. And we started with pro last, so we're going to start with con debate after we have a motion from Senator Pittman.
I move to amend the bill. The amendment has been sent to Legislative Secretary. It should be titled Pittman SB 71 Amendment 2.
Okay, so Legislative Secretary, have you received the amendment? Okay, and it's within the whereas clause? Okay, all right, so within the whereas clause, the amendment has been made. Is there a, I'll let everybody give, is there a second? A second from Pro Tempore Dewberry. All right, now we're gonna go into the debate of the amendment. Is there any pro debate on the amendment? Pro debate from Senator Pittman.
This is just a clarification. This statement that's being removed is kind of contradictory. It says, and being within the grasp of the office of Student Senate President. We did have the discussion in the GROW Committee. So that is what we call fake news. So this is a simple clarification. So just to strike that, because they are in the line of succession for devolution when it comes to chairing a meeting, but not necessarily for obtaining the office full time.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, is there any con debate on this amendment? Is there any pro debate on this amendment? Seeing none, we're going to go into a voice vote on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Okay, ayes have it, and the amendment passes. So, and will be reflected. So now we're back into the debate of the whole bill. I said that we are going to start with con debate. Is there any con debate on this piece of legislation? Seeing none, is there any pro debate on this piece of legislation? I see pro debate from Senator Ledford.
So firstly, I just want to thank Senator Pittman for his flexibility in working with GROW and all of the kind of little things that we brought up, but it is important, you know, to keep our statutes correct. But I felt apprehensive about this bill when it first came to committee, but now I feel really confident about it. I really like the idea because it was brought to our attention that there are other positions also get confirmed, and that committee chairs are kind of one of those exclusive spots that aren't, but also is brought to my attention that in order to be stipend, you need to be elected in. So this also opens up the possibility for committee chairs to explore earning stipends as well. Just
Thank you.
FYI.
All right, thank you. That was a pro debate. Is there any con debate on this piece of legislation? Seeing none, I see pro debate from Senator Williams.
So I thought this bill was really good. I thought, because this is probably about my second GROW meeting, and I thought it was really interesting how this actually was something that wasn't already in place. So I really appreciated the corresponding senators' diligence in working to ensure that checks and balances are ensured within student government, that all the little nuances are taken care of, and that there's no redundancies or anything. If someone objects to the opinion of the Senate President, that we don't have to work to undo it, that it is already a part of the process within what is going to occur, so to speak.
Okay, thank you. That was pro debate. Is there any con debate on this piece of legislation? Seeing none, I see pro debate from Senator Spencer.
I think this is a fantastic piece of legislation. I think we've all had various aspects in our lives where one person has consolidated a lot of power. I'm not saying it's our Senate President. I think she's doing a fantastic job. But I think there are bad actors in this world who will use any means necessary to drive an agenda through. So I think this is a great thing to have in place for future SSPs who may not live up to the same level as ours. So I would encourage y'all to vote on this legislation.
Thank you. All right, that was pro debate. And not to correct you too much or anything, I do use they them pronouns, but all right, no worries. And now that was pro debate. Do I see any con debate? Seeing no con debate, is there any pro debate? I see pro debate from Senator Watts.
I'm a political science nerd, so I love when I see separations of powers and checks and balances and James Madison's ideals reflected in our Senate. I love that for us, so I think this is a great bill.
Okay, awesome. That was pro debate. Do I see any con debate? I see a motion from Senator Williams.
Previous question.
Previous question has been called. A second from Senator Lewis. All in favor of previous question, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it, and we are going to go straight into a roll call vote. So, Secretary Barrett, whenever you are ready.
Alim, Al-Shamari, Apperson, nope. Okay. Barker. Barker. Oh, okay. I said yes. Biggs, Boaj, Cars, Giganti, Cook, Davis, Desai, Dewberry,
Yes.
Dean, Dixon, Dunn, Etcheberu, Falso, Brink, Hardwick, Hernandez, Hines, Ibrahim, Islam, Jones, Joshi, Khan, Kalu, Ledford, Lennon, Lewis, Lundergan, Banqui, McGistop, McCoy, Nandula, Perez, Perry, Pittman, Price, Reed, Robertson, Robinson, Roth, Roman, Roy, Centwani, Shaheed, Smith, Spencer, Sinet, Taylor, Watts, Webster, Wedsberger, Watley, Whitehead, Williams, Wilson, Zolkin, Yasa, Joe, Burn, Britt. Yeah, let's go.
All right, with 49 or 50 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this piece of legislation does pass, and it will be enacted. SBs don't have to go to the student body president. So, all right, again. Okay. All right. So with R108, as I was one of the, I'm going to be honest, one of the main authors of the report of the DEI report, I am going to be stepping down for the endorsement, and we're going to have pro tempore Dewberry be our chair for a little bit. So with that, after you.
Thank you. Okay. Legislative Secretary, will you read the long title for the second and final time?
A resolution to be entitled an act to formally endorse diversity, equity, and inclusion within the UNC system research report written by the Senate Standing Committee on Diversity, Inclusion, and Outreach.
Okay, before we go into the sponsor report, there was a motion by Senator Dino Lister to extend her sponsor report by 10 minutes, making it 15 minutes in total. Do I see a second to that motion? Second by Senator Etcheberu. All in favor of extending the sponsor report of Senator Dean for this bill by 10 minutes, please say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. You have 15 minutes.
The presentation is also linked on Nyla's name as well.
There's a slideshow. Oh, there you go. This is confusing. You said you knew what you're doing. Okay. That does not work.
Okay, hello everyone. So this is a presentation by the Diversity Subcommittee entitled Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion within the UNC System Research Report. This will just overview the entire research report to make it accessible to you all to understand what's going on. So I'm Chair Nyla Dean, and everyone else will introduce themselves. You can just yell.
I'm Mordecai.
I'm Shella. I'm Bella. I'm Lucy. I'm Faith.
All right, so these are my lovely Diversity Subcommittee members. Okay, this is our table of contents. We're just going to go through the research report section by section. Okay, so for our new folks or people who are not very knowledgeable in how our UNC system works, the NC General Assembly, which is our North Carolina legislature,
oversights on our board of governors, and so we refer to the UNC system, which is the same as the board of governors. And so the board of governors are overseeing our board of trustees, which our board of trustees are amongst our institutions like NC State, UNCW, NCANT. We all have board of trustees, and they're almost like our governing body. They're as equal with like the chancellors, and then under the board of trustees are our faculty, staff, and students. Okay, introduction.
All right. In May 2024, the UNC system dropped policy 300.8.5, repealing the requirement and subsequently the funding for DEI in the UNC system. This adds on to the earlier mandate of institutional neutrality across all campuses. At NC State, we're seeing this play out through major structural changes, such as OEID becoming OEO, cultural centers moving to DADSI, and significant restructuring upon positions. There are a variety of reasons for this. Some argue that they are necessary to protect our institution from political controversy, while many students are concerned that the reduction in DEI services will negatively affect their campus experience. Our committee's research explores what this actually means for students, comparing approaches across peer institutions and focusing on solutions that work within these new constraints. The key thing to understand here is that it's not just administrative reshuffling, it's actually a shift in how our university approaches student support. And our research suggests that there are effective ways to maintain these support systems, but it is going to take careful consideration from us in student government and in the Senate.
So some of the key changes within the law. So the Equality Within the University of North Carolina policy was created as a way to codify the UNC system's response to the NC General Assembly, prohibiting institutions from taking a public stance on political controversies of the day. Senate Bill 195 prohibits institutions from taking official stances on matters of political controversy or engaging in activities that can be deemed as political activism for a certain viewpoint. To comply with this new law, the Board of Governors implements Equality Within the University of North Carolina policy as a commitment and enforcement that all institutions in the UNC system will remain impartial on political, ideological, and social issues. So the broader legislative push for higher education institutions to maintain neutrality was a driving factor to the UNC's new mission of all student success. The University of Chicago Calvin Committee Report of 1967 is often cited as a foundational document for these institutions to adopt institutional neutrality policies, and the report states, "The instrument of dissent and criticism is the individual faculty member or individual student. The university is the home and sponsor of critics. It is not itself a critic." Yet, for universities to be able to uphold dissent and criticism amongst the faculty and students, there needs to be spaces that foster and uplift discussions with a diversity of perspectives, one that falls under the oversight of DEI offices. The Calvin Committee Report also says a university, if it is true to its faith in intellectual inquiry, must embrace, be hospitable to, and encourage the widest diversity of views within its own community. A neutral institution, in conjunction with the elimination or reduction of DEI-focused resources, is less able to fulfill its mission of intellectual inquiry, and student success with the widest diversity of views are being hindered. So after the newly instated policy, this has resulted in realignments and eliminations of DEI positions and programming across the UNC system institutions with a new focus of generalized student success and well-being. The guidance report provided to all the institutions by the Board of Governors states that their reason for repealing and replacing Section 300.8.5 of the UNC Policy Manual is to reaffirm the university's commitment to non-discrimination, equality of opportunity, and institutional neutrality, academic freedom, and student success. The DIO committee wants to make it very clear that we do not have an issue with universities focusing on student success and well-being. However, our critiques lie within the fact that marginalized students and those of diverse backgrounds face inequities that cannot be addressed or supported when generalizing student success. And this presentation will further go into this point. And so all 17 campuses across the UNC system have since began realigning their DEI offices and programs to fostering an inclusive environment for everyone.
So how has the university responded to this? At the university, 8 jobs were eliminated and 29 were realigned. Yeah. In addition, the Office of Institutional Equity and Diversity was dissolved and all non-required DEI trainings were suspended. Funds for diversity and inclusion activities have been redirected to other programs. Most notably, the College of Natural Resources was noted to have the greatest impact in terms of program and budget realignment out of all of the colleges. CNR's DEIJ curriculum integration program funds were redirected to student success and wellness initiatives. CNR's peer mentor appointment for USDA NIDA National Needs Fellows funds will not be renewed. DASA funds supporting the Assistant Director for Diversity and Outreach in the Counseling Center were redirected to support overall student success, and the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences Office of Diversity and Inclusion funds were eliminated and redirected to the CALS Dean Advisory Board for Strategic Excellence and Wellbeing. These are only some of the financial realignments. In addition, $4,909,053 were listed as savings for NC State following DEI realignment, and $17,118,889 were listed as savings for the UNC system as a whole, which the committee notes as insensitive.
The new policy has led to a reduction and a realignment of DEI-based offices, disrupting the targeted support systems. Without DEI resources, marginalized students lose advocacy, representation, and identity-based connections. This gap can negatively affect students' academic engagement, personal guidance, and the overall sense of belonging. While the policy aims for quality by treating all students the same, it actually disadvantages who historically relied on DI support. The assumption of a level playing field ignores systemic inequities, placing additional barriers in the way of marginalized students. Ultimately, these changes undermine the institution's broader goals of fostering true student success and equity laws, equality across campus. DEI offices also play a key role in student well-being, offering mentorship and culturally competent mental health resources. These were especially important for first-generation students, students of color, LGBTQ individuals, and women. Now, with fewer targeted resources, these students face increased isolation and difficulty accessing support. Shifts in funding and counseling roles have further reduced essential services, potentially lowering retention and satisfaction rates among underrepresented groups. The policy has also changed campus climate. Before, DEI offices encouraged to open discussions on diversity, equity, and social issues. Students and faculty had institutional support to engage in these conversations. Now, the institutional neutrality policy has had a chilling effect, discouraging events and limiting faculty involvement. This suppression of a dialogue hinders critical thinking and learning opportunities, making campus less inclusive for all the students.
All right, so now to student perspectives. This is the feedback from students affected by the policy. So first, NC State's Office for Institutional Equity and Diversity was realigned to the Office of Equal Opportunity. Campus community centers moved to DASA. So why does this matter, you might ask? The Division of Academic and Student Affairs already manages a large portion of university programs, so students share some skepticism around the level of specialized support they can provide to us. Students also share concerns about the potential lack of representation, decreases in funding, and decrease in resources. Students are calling for a clearer guidance from the administration on how to access the remaining resources. So moving on to the support from campus community centers. Campus community centers must now restructure to comply with the neutrality policy. While identity-based events are still allowed, support can no longer be exclusively tailored to marginalized students. For example, resources like contraceptives at the Women's Center remain available to all students. However, certain initiatives like the development of 27 lactation rooms across campus required efforts to address specific student needs. And additionally, the Director of Student Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion in CHAS has been realigned to the Director of Student Success. This director could previously focus on both student success and marginalized community support, but now that has been removed. Moving on to positional changes impacting students' learning outcomes. I want to preface this by going over Section 5 of UNC Policy Manual, and this is concerning maintaining academic freedom. The manual states that the system shall take no action that would limit the right of academic freedom in its faculty's pursuit of teaching, research, and service. By changing these outcomes to align with neutrality policies, NC State restricts academic autonomy. There are limits of what professors and staff can talk about outside of the classroom now. The policy itself states that academic freedom must be protected, yet these revisions suggest otherwise. And then the College of Education's Assistant Director of Undergraduate Student Engagement, Diversity, and Inclusion was realigned to be the Assistant Director of Undergraduate Student Engagement and Success with a revised job description impacting student learning outcomes. So let me talk about this job description. Previously, this role focused and the job description directly stated on developing equity-minded and anti-racist learning outcomes. But recently, that description was updated to remove equity-minded and anti-racist to now promote general student wellness and success instead, which is fine. But the key question remains, why is promoting anti-racist education considered controversial? Student organizations and student advocacy. While student-led organizations are exempt from the institutional neutrality policy, they still face limitations due to university regulations. These organizations on campus must carefully navigate the boundaries between institutional support and non-neutral events like protests, advocacy, and forums. The challenge lies in branding their events clearly as student-driven and ensuring that all communications specify that their actions are not university-sponsored. And bringing this to our own university, in September 2024, in our student government, neutrality requirements were used as a key argument against passing a resolution related to international politics. Had the resolution passed, it would have forced the university to dissociate from its own student government, weakening advocacy efforts and damaging relationships with administrators and campus partners. So this means that the UNC policy had a direct impact on this situation. Regardless of your view, it did have an impact. Similar incidents happened at universities like UNC Charlotte. Wait, sorry, could you go back? Yeah. Similar incidents at universities like UNC Charlotte and Harvard demonstrate how universities must distance themselves from student groups making political statements on controversial topics, even if those topics are relevant to students on the campus. Their universities had to explicitly condemn said groups for speaking what they believed in.
Across the UNC system, there was a total of 57 positions eliminated and 131 realigned, with UNC Chapel Hill garnering the highest number of 20 positions eliminated and 27 realigned. Smaller schools within the system have been disproportionately impacted by these realignments, including UNC Wilmington, who ranks 4th in realignment but only 7th in size. Some schools within the UNC system have made moves to uphold DEI content and practices while remaining in compliance with the new policy. At Winston-Salem State University, Winston-Salem University has begun to utilize LinkedIn Learning for its employee training, and the optional content offerings and courses on DEI were left available for those interested, but are not required, reflecting a neutral stance on DEI within the organization. This opportunity supports the employee growth.
So,
All right. Motion from Senator Lefford.
I move to extend the sponsor report by 7 minutes.
Do I see a second? Second from Senator Lennon. All in favor of extending it by 7 minutes, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, the ayes have it. You can proceed talking.
This opportunity supports employee growth and development while maintaining a neutral perspective. At App State, neutrality changes and best practices guides were offered to partners and stakeholders in efforts to uphold practices. Some notable findings across the system: at UNC Asheville, the Center for Diversity Education was closed. At East Carolina, the Office of Diversity Affairs in the Brody School of Medicine was closed. And at UNC Chapel Hill, the Office of Rural Initiatives in the School of Medicine was closed, and its positions were eliminated. The funds were redirected to realign positions within the Office of Medical Student Education or the Office of Faculty Affairs and Leadership Development. And at UNC Pembroke, the only the only state designated historically American Indian University in NC State, the position of American Indian Liaison to the Chancellor was eliminated. Stricter interpretations of the policy have resulted in more eliminations or realignments at individual institutions. The overall mission of the UNC system is to discover, create, transmit, and apply knowledge to address the needs of individuals in society. It is vital to ensure that each student, no matter their individual identity, is able to seek out and receive support.
Recent changes in the UNC system policy has shifted the landscape of campus policy regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion. These changes have prompted a critical reassessment of campus strategies to ensure that the NC State community can continue to thrive. As institutions adjust to a new framework that emphasizes institutional neutrality, there is an urgent need to clarify policy guidelines, support diverse academic content, and reinforce open dialogue. While institutional neutrality is now a requirement, we must ensure that NC State remains committed to academic excellence and student success. Our first recommendation is the clarification of policy guidelines and institutional neutrality. The repeal of DEI policies has left students, faculty, and staff uncertain about what this means for our community. Transparency is crucial in this transition. We urge the university to establish clear guidelines on institutional neutrality and to communicate these policies effectively. Other institutions that we talked about previously, like App State and Winston-Salem State, have implemented neutrality training and optional DEI-related resources, and we urge NC State to adopt similar measures. Our second recommendation is to encourage inclusive curriculum development and enrichment. The repeal of DEI policies should not limit the academic freedom of all students at NC State. It is imperative that faculty retain the ability to teach a well-rounded, enriching curriculum. We advocate for faculty autonomy in designing courses that reflect a multitude of perspectives. Educators should be encouraged and supported in addressing the topics related to a wide set of topics without fear of institutional retribution. Our third recommendation is to preserve campus dialogue and freedom of speech. We urge NC State to reaffirm its commitment to intellectual diversity by encouraging continuous dialogue on critical issues. The university must protect students' First Amendment rights by providing spaces for free speech, protest, and civil discourse. Additionally, student organizations and campus community centers should be empowered to facilitate discussions on complex issues, ensuring multiple perspectives are heard in a respectful and constructive manner. Our fourth recommendation is to increase support for DASA, which is a Division of Academic and Student Affairs. The DASA plays a vital role in student success and well-being. However, the repeal of DEI policies may create gaps in support for unrepresented and marginalized students. To address this, we recommend expanded access to resources such as mentorship programs, enhanced tutoring services, and first-year success initiatives. It is especially important to ensure that students from marginalized backgrounds receive equitable access to these opportunities. Our fifth recommendation is to ensure student support and success. We encourage the expansion of academic services such as the Academic Success Center and the Writing Center. The university must take active steps to fill the gap left by the removal of DEI initiatives by maintaining programs that positively impact retention and graduation rates. And our last recommendation is to support our partnership with the Select Student Body Department and Student Government on student support for global conflicts. This body will work alongside faculty and administration to provide resources, foster inclusivity, and create a support network for students affected by international crises. This initiative aligns with NC State's mission to cultivate a supportive and resilient campus community, ensuring that no student feels isolated or unsupported in the face of global challenges. We urge the administration to take proactive steps in implementing these measures to maintain NC State's reputation as a leader in higher education.
To conclude, the repeal and reimplementation of Policy 300.8.5 and its subsequent defunding of $5 million in targeted support represents a profound threat in how our university provides student support services. Our research indicates particular concerns regarding traditionally underrepresented students who have historically benefited from these systems. Obviously, this includes a colloquial definition, including racial minorities and LGBTQ students, but it also includes students from low socioeconomic backgrounds, first-generation college students, veterans, and individuals with disabilities. It doesn't just cover administrative reshuffling, it covers academic outcomes, community engagement, and campus dialogue, and it represents a failure to properly serve our entire student body. While working within the new framework, we've identified opportunities to maintain effective support through enhanced communication channels and better resource allocation. But to do this, we have to demand more transparency around the implementation and reallocation of resources to maintain the student support infrastructure and challenge more administrative overreach. These vague commitments to dialogue are insufficient to properly support our constituents, and only continued concrete action is going to support our constituents' right to an equal education. A neutral university might avoid this controversy, but an equal university is going to have to embrace the hard work of justice.
What was
Yeah,
that?
yeah, we're done. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. I do have to get the sponsor, the committee report
Yes.
first. All right, thank you, Dio, for the sponsor report. Now, this went to the Committee on Government Relations and Oversight. Chair Ledford, you have 5 minutes to deliver a report.
I yield my time to Vice Chair Webster.
Vice Chair Webster.
Thank you to the work that was done by all of the corresponding senators, and thank you for that lovely presentation. When this bill came to committee, there was solely pro debate on how this bill reaffirms diversity and transparency within the university and within the UNC system as a whole. And this bill is sent back to the floor with favorable review from the Government Relations and Oversight Committee.
Thank you, Grow. Now we'll move into a period of 10 minutes for questions about the endorsement. Any questions? Senator Lewis.
I just had a quick question. Of course, thank you for working so hard on this. I know this took quite a bit of time. Now, my question is, does the executive order that President Trump signed removing DEI policy within the government, or the stop work order that NC State received for the similar things, does that at all affect the report or the future of the report?
I will say that with that, obviously those changes and those executive orders and statements have came out since we published this report, and we do recognize that there is still a lot more that is very much changing within our society, within the UNC system, within our nation as a whole. And so we definitely recognize that if there are more implications and more issues within our nation, that trickles down to our institutions, and that we must be, as students, here to support everyone. That does not impact our work. The national level, we are students, we are promoting academic freedom with this piece of report, but then also we're here to support students of all backgrounds.
I see a point of information from Senator Etcherborough.
So I actually asked a similar question. I had a conversation with the Associate Dean of CHAS, and she's also involved with DEI work and things like that. So I asked like pretty much the same question. And basically her answer was, we don't know. That's as far as she could go. She said, I wish I could give you a really concrete answer, but we truly don't know what's going to happen with our university. But I'm just glad that we published this report, because it does, I mean, I'm hoping that we get support from you guys too, because it does represent a large majority of opinion, I believe, on the campus.
Does that answer your question? All right, any other questions? If no other questions, we're going to move into a 21-minute period of debate. I'll look for pros first. Senator Ledford.
First of all, thank you to the DIO committee for their hard work. I know that this took a long time and it took a lot of research. I would like to especially commend them for including the College of Education name change for, I would like to say her name because she is an amazing individual and she's my boss. Her name is Allison Brooke Dove. She was previously the DAI director for the College of Education, and she does amazing work. And within this resolution, I especially support it because I've seen firsthand working with her that this has been affecting her work and it affects what she can do. She holds a class first semester for freshmen who are minority teachers where they can be in community with each other, and it's an amazing experience for them and it uplifts them, and most importantly it keeps them in the profession. And we can already see students falling off because she's not able to work at the extent that she wants to. And so I just really appreciate this resolution, and I think that we are not going to see the effects of getting rid of DEI in the future because we're already seeing them.
All right, thank you for pro debate from Senator Ledford. Do I see any con debate? If not, I'll see pro debate from Senator Smith.
Now, I'm not trying to do like oppression Olympics or anything, but one of the groups that I think people forget about a lot with the DI thing that's been a big beneficiary of it is rural students, and especially people from Appalachia. And one of the most controversial aspects of DEI was admissions. And like take Friend High School, for example, if you're from a more rural high school, and especially one in Appalachia, just because of the way that high schools are funded, you probably don't have all the advantages, like all the after school programs, all the student teacher ratios. You don't have magnet schools. And that was one of, I think that should be considered. And I think you'd probably want that to be considered too. And I think there's also a view, like, if you're like, white or whatever, that DEI is just making some just giving an undeserving minority a spot at the expense of me, but you don't realize how you've actually been marginalized yourself. Because it's not just it happens in more ways than just like race or sex or whatever. And I think we should, all realize that. Thank you.
All right, that was pro. Do I see any con? If not, I'm gonna look to Senator Williams for pro debate.
I want to thank the committee for working so hard on this bill. And I just wanted to say that DEI truly is woven into the fabric of land-grant institutions. Back in the 1800s, education was not for a lot of the people in this room. You had to be a rich white male going into a very select few fields to be able to even be considered for education. So it is so important to NC State's history that we support DEI. Further, as a rural and first generation student, I benefited from DEI, even though on the outside I don't look like the traditional DEI person. It truly is important. If my college application had to be viewed as the same as people from Wake and Mecklenburg County schools, I probably would not be here today. So it truly is important that we support that DEI. And ending with a quote from the Dean of the College of Ag and Life Sciences, we need to create a culture where everyone's contributions are valued and celebrated. If we can accomplish this, then we truly disrupt for good. Thank you.
Senator Apperson.
So I want to mirror what everyone else is saying. Thank you to the DIO committee for doing all of this. It must have took a lot of work, but I want to say that I dare say that everybody in this room has benefited from my words are twisted, the DIO at some point in their lives. And if you don't think you have, then I want you to think about the people who you love in your life who have been affected. They matter, and even if you didn't, don't you want the best for your peers? We all are brothers and sisters in this world. We should want the best for each other. And I think that's a very important thing to think about. And just know that just because someone else is getting a spot, this does not take away from how special you are and what work you've done to be put in here. We all come from different backgrounds and we all experience things differently, and that doesn't really define our capabilities.
All right. Legislative Secretary Watts.
The UNC system's move to limit DEI is dangerously close, if not already censorship. Student movements have been the driving force in the history of our country, and anything threatening our students' and faculty's ability to express their opinion is a threat to our First Amendment rights. I want everyone to remember we are here in a university to learn, not just from our classes, not just from our majors, but from each other, from our differences, our similarities, our backgrounds. And if you think DEI doesn't affect you, doesn't benefit you, it does. It benefits students of color. It benefits LGBTQ students, first-generation college students, veterans, people from rural communities, immigrants. Please recognize our differences, but also embrace them. I'm going to quote one of my favorite books. I was hungry and you gave me food. I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. Matthew 25:35.
All right, con debate from Senator Biggs.
DEI creates racial and sexuality-based diversity and inclusion while slapping actual equity in the face. There is nothing impartial about the ideals of DEI. It inherently undermines the competitiveness of a meritocracy, which is crucial for fostering greatness. DEI sees us as tokens of select groups, splitting us all up into categories when we should be all plainly labeled as students together. Continuing to stand with DEI at NC State will only further fund a bloated administrative body at NC State when more funding should be going towards research and actual education. DEI policies provide equity on a group level rather than providing it on the individual basis. I know that you all are coming from a good place, but and there is no malice behind my words, but this is not the right way to go making justice out of injustices. A vote no on this is a vote for merit, a vote for actual equity, a vote for education, and a vote for unity. Thank you.
All right, pro from Senator Webster. Oh, actually, Senator Frank, you had yours up first. Could you please use your mic?
Thank you so much for all the work that you've done. I want to speak as a professor. We are scared. I taught about Christopher Columbus last week, and I knew by telling the truth that somebody was going to be upset. So I appreciate the fact that we are included in this legislation. Thank you.
Senator Webster.
Thank you to the DIO committee for their diligent work on this piece of legislation and research report. To my fellow senators, I would like to share that if we shift our focus to equality, we miss the point of DEI. The E in DEI is for equity, which is not the same as equality. Equity is about providing resources that allow for equal opportunity, whereas equality is about giving every person the exact same resources despite differing needs. It is important to note that in lifting up these groups, it does not come at the expense of other groups or individuals. The shift to an equality focus is one that will disadvantage underrepresented and marginalized groups. Because the services that were previously provided through DEI programs were meant to help these groups obtain resources to compensate for systemic disadvantages that they face. I would highly encourage every senator in here today to recognize that the removal of DEI policies and the redirection of funding will hinder not only our university, but also society. By not supporting highly qualified and intelligent students who come from various backgrounds that have been outlined by previous senators who happen to belong to marginalized groups, we are preventing groups of individuals from reaching their potential when we take away key resources that provide for equitable opportunity for success.
Senator Williams.
So I really enjoy like the bill and how it's endorsing this report because of the fact that it reminds me we're in a time now where it's reminding me of a previous time where we once lived in America where the phrase separate but equal was something that we had to face, something we had to live in. And whenever I hear about the Office of Equal Opportunity and things of that nature, it makes me think about those times in America. Now, I want to transition to something a previous senator said about rural communities, opportunities, and students. But I want to give you guys a different perspective. Within engineering, like the College of Engineering, there's a program called Rural Works, where engineers go to rural communities and work in rural engineering companies, right? And on average, about every company gets, I want to say over $100,000 per experience with the company. with the way that things are going with DEI now, there's no telling how this will affect the funding from the College of Engineering with that specific program, because the name is quite literally Rural Works, exclamation point, like at the end. So because of that, it's already highlighting something that based off of name exclusivity, we already see how offices are being destroyed, how positions are being removed, or things are being shifted and aligned. And those things are shifting and aligning are not something that's going to be just, oh, it got shifted and then it's going to get left alone. No, like true harm truly comes through the slow process of just slowly like aligning things over time and switching them, renaming them. And that's how a lot of like, if you look back in history, that's why I like am a very big advocate for knowing our history, because without our history and knowing it, we're doomed to repeat it.
Senator Khan.
I just wanted to say thank you to the committee. That was a really informative presentation, and I appreciate your time on that. Shifting DEI, excuse me, oh my goodness, that energy drink is having my little body go off the walls. Shifting DEI policy is going to bring about a lot of changes and a lot of questions for diverse students, and also, as we've kind of stated, the entire NC State community. And so looking into impacts is crucial. And I think this bill is really going to help support that. Another thing that I think is important that was brought up by a previous senator who also happens to be a professor. I apologize on not being able to refer to you by name. But, you know, encouraging dialogue and making space for civil discussion is incredibly needed and really crucial in a diverse academic institution. And there shouldn't be fear surrounding that on either side. And there's some certainty about that right now. And I think we should be looking into it. If we're going to support the student body's best interest, supporting this bill and working towards understanding the importance of equity is completely necessary. Thank you again to the committee and leadership on that.
All right, Senator Britt.
So hi. Post conversation, I guess, as senator. I won't say I support this. And I will say about this saying that like this reallocation of funds will like help improve student excellence and research. I'm a researcher, and based on the environment that I've seen, defunding DEI will not improve the amount of money going to grants for research and improve the actual what the institution is supposed to be doing. So I again do not see the logic in saying that defunding this will actually improve the actual institution's goals.
All right, Senator Falso. Oh, Senator again. Senator Lean, do you have a query?
I'm not sure if I should refer this to you or someone else. I didn't ask this question earlier because it wasn't in my mind. But the last time we had something this politically controversial, there were questions about whether or not the student body supported this, and I wanted to ask whether or not there were surveys or questions from the actual student body about whether or not there was support for DEI.
I'll refer this to the primary sponsor or the corresponding senator.
Thank you for your question. We've actually had a lot of students concerned about what it looks like with DEI in our university ever since the policy changes. Even us as senators, we're still students, but we also have our own concerns. We have a student government what to fix form, which students are able to submit their concerns for. And so SSP Miranda has stated that we've gotten some concerns from students on various different aspects of relating to DEI with the new policy changes amongst the University of North Carolina.
Did that answer your question? Awesome. Senator Fall, motion from Senator Spencer.
I move the previous question.
All right, is there a second? Second from Senator Britt. Well, oh, okay. We'll deal with that when we get there. All right, all in favor of moving the previous question, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? I'm gonna say the ayes have it, and we'll move back to previous question. We're gonna give the legislative secretary a second to plug the laptop in.
But you can move to the voting sheet. All right, now we'll go into a roll call vote on this bill. I mean, on this resolution. Can you edit it from there?
Mayday, mayday.
Continue. I don't think I have access to that. Try it. One second, we're having technical difficulties.
It's doing something. Can you log me in?
Actually, well, you can start calling names. We'll just go in there.
No, just wait.
Or like you, so you can say yes, no, password statement. Say yes at something, you can say yes, no, password statement. Oh, this is not working. I thought this was the no. Oh, it's not working. There you go. You can say yes, no, password statement.
You guys can say yes, no, pass, or abstain for this vote.
Okay. All right, now we can continue.
Yes.
Secretary.
Okay. Aleem? Al-Shamari? Apperton? Barker? Barker? Oh. Yes? Biggs? Boaz? Cart? Giganti? Cook? Davis? Desai? Dewberry?
Abstain.
Dean? Dixon? Dunn? Echeburu? Balso? Frink? Hardwick? Hernandez? Hines? Ibrahim? Ibrahim? Islam? Jones? Jones? Joshi? Joshi? Oh, yes. Khan? Khalil? Ledford? Lennon? Lewis? Lundergan? Banquet? Megastop? McCoy? Nandula? Perez? Perry? Pittman? Price? Reed? Robertson? Robinson? Ruff? Roman? Roth? Roy? Santoni? Shahid? Smith? Spencer? Stinnett? Taylor? Taylor? Watts? Webster? Whitsburg? Watley? Whitehead?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Wilson? Jollican? Yasa? Joe? Byrne? Britt?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would anyone like to change their vote?
There was also, I think that there were a couple that were missed, so let us correct that.
All right. Also, please keep in mind, abstentions are only usually used in a conflict of interest. Only reason I abstained is because I'm currently chairing the meeting.
Yes, okay. And anyone else?
That's for Al-Shamari. Wait, who said? Oh. Oh, oops. Santana said yes.
Yes. Santorn?
Anyone else who would like to change their vote or who I missed? Going once, going twice.
All right. If not, with 40 in the affirmative, 8 negative, and 3 abstention, this piece of legislation does pass and will be sent to the student body president for her signature or veto.
All right, let's give a round of applause for Pro Tempore Dewberry because chairing that is not easy. Okay. All right. Now we're going to move into all right. Okay, now we're going to move into R94, the Campus Environmental Health and Safety Act. So, Legislative Secretary, will you please read the long title?
A resolution to be entitled an act to provide formal student government support to efforts to promote and improve campus environment, health, and safety concerning, but not limited to, Poe Hall and other PCB contaminated buildings.
Okay, thank you. This piece of legislation was sponsored by Pro Tempore Dewberry. You have 5 minutes to deliver your sponsor report.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. Thank you all for bearing with us through this long meeting so far. But essentially, this resolution is exactly what the title says. It's a resolution to endorse campus health and safety, to promote that on our campus, because to my knowledge, we as students believe that to be an expectation when we step onto the campus and we pay our money to go to school here. Essentially, this is supporting other students and the campus as a whole, and trying to make sure that we live and learn in a healthy and safe environment. I don't know many people that are opposed to that, but I'm looking forward to hearing the discussion on it tonight.
Thank you. This piece of legislation was referred to the Committee on Student Affairs. Chair Price, you have 5 minutes to deliver a sponsor report.
Hey everyone, this legislation was in our committee for a while, but I'm really glad it got out. We worked on it. Pro Temp Dewberry gave us a lot of great information, and we sent it back with favorable review.
Great. Thank you. All right. This piece of legislation, now we're going to have a period of 10 minutes for questions. Are there any questions regarding this piece of legislation? Query from Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Caroline. So my question to the sponsor of the bill is, I think it's in the 4th or 5th resolve clause. It mentions the university work to provide minimum free serum PCB screenings or testings. Walk us through the vision of that, and with the PCBs, how long do they stay in the blood system? And just walk us through your recommendation of that with the resolve clause.
I'll refer that to the sponsor.
Just to be clear, you want to know what exactly we envision with the testings? Essentially, for all those that don't know, free serum PCB tests are ways to test people's bloodstream to see if there are a heightened number of PCBs present within them. And essentially, anyone that has been in Poe Hall and would have been affected by the PCBs there would have had that. So essentially, all this test is asking for is to see if people who have been in Poe Hall do have a heightened level of PCBs in their bloodstream, and that way there could be a correlation established between those claiming illnesses from Poe Hall and those who have been in Poe Hall. And essentially, what was the other part of your question?
Kind of just asking, is PCBs kind of like a substance or chemical that stays in the bloodstream for a long time, long enough for it to be tested, and because we know about the correlation between cancers and other illnesses.
I can answer that, and the answer is yes. So they do stay in the bloodstream for a while.
PCBs stay anywhere for a while.
Mhm.
The building was built in 1971, I think, and if they existed then, they're still there today. So they do not go away unless you dispose of them properly, and if they're within the bloodstream, they stay there for a very long period of time.
Is that a point of information or a query? Point of information from Senator Mangustad.
Yeah, PCBs are called a forever chemical for a reason.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you for that point of information. I have a query from Senator Dean.
So the organization on campus, Campus Community Alliance and Environmental Justice, they do a lot of advocacy in this work related to Poe Hall. So can you kind of let us know if you had discussions with them and what their stances are on a piece of legislation like this? Because, yeah.
For sure. The initial idea I had slightly before I went to a meeting, but I did attend a meeting of the Campus Community Alliance for Environmental Justice to see what they had to say about it. And in addition to it, when I was drafting the bill and making final amendments to it, I had a member who is also a member of our Senate right now, Senator Stinnett, to help with the bill. And she told me that she showed the organization that, and they found it favorably.
Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you. All right, query from Senator Britt.
Hi. When this first happened, I was part of the what we call ourselves, the GSA Executive Board, and my understanding from conversations with the president at the time is that the chancellor was being very and the office was being very open with what they knew at that time or what they could verify about Poe Hall. So I'm kind of curious, when you're asking for more transparency, what exactly are you looking for?
I'll refer that to the sponsor.
I think continual and greater transparency where applicable is what we're asking for. And a key part of that is greater accessibility to the information that's already present, making sure that every student on campus knows that it's there. Because there are some students I've run into who don't know that we have these websites and don't know that we have these resources that detail exactly what has been going on with Poe Hall.
Yeah, and I guess as an additional point of information, there is a website outlining the university's updates, but I think that already does exist and that type of thing that the senator was referring to. But I have a point of information from Senator Stinnett.
If I can also kind of build off of that, is like an additional point of information. There is a fair amount of information on Poe Hall specifically. There is very little information on the other buildings on campus that have been tested in the past for PCBs. There are 22 in total that have been tested, mostly on the exterior, and the website has nothing about those buildings.
All right, thank you for that point of information. Are there any other questions regarding the piece of legislation? Question from Senator Pittman.
Thank you. Another question is, there are pending lawsuits against the university regarding Poe Hall. Do you think the lawsuits could possibly have any impacts on this legislation or further transparency from the university regarding reports of PCBs, Poe Hall?
On this, in terms of this legislation, no. True legal matters are kept out of the Student Senate. That's something for the university to deal with. And in terms of providing greater transparency on this, I don't believe it's Poe Hall they can't talk about. I believe it's the matters being discussed in the lawsuits that they are not able to speak about. But the student body president might have more information on that.
Not really. I've engaged in a good amount of conversation about this, and from what I have been advised is that all the information that we have is on the website. I've spoken to them about that, and the resources that we use are from the website. But in terms of the legal action, I don't really have much.
That's not really something we're informed of and that type of thing. But a query from Senator Watts.
I just had a question because I'm not exactly sure how others schools throughout the UNC system address this, but I know that there's a lot of schools that have buildings built before 1979 that could possibly have PCB contamination. Like, have you considered making this a UNC system-wide bill? Just because these places also didn't test these locations.
Sure, I can answer that. And then I think there was also a point of information from Senator Stinnett afterwards. But to answer whether or not I've considered making this a system-wide bill, I think I'd like to see what happens in our Student Senate first. And then we do have an ASG meeting coming up on the 21st. So I will definitely be open to more collaboration and information about presenting that to the association.
Okay.
Wait, can I?
Oh,
can I add
yeah,
a point of
yeah,
information?
what's your point of information? Yeah.
So it's specifically the question about testing system-wide. I don't know of any calls to test system-wide. I do know that UNC Charlotte tested 25 of their campus buildings that were built around the time period that PCBs were used, and they did find no PCBs on the interior of their buildings, but they did test them, I believe, actually in response to the reports of Poe Hall. I believe it happened afterwards.
Okay, thank you for that point of information. Okay, are there any other queries? Okay, query from, oh, darn it, who are you proxying for? Proxy Perez. Thank you. Maybe use the, refer to your neighbor behind you.
Thank you. Pro Tempore Dewberry, if this bill does pass and they do test the buildings and there is a positive, and let's say just a lot of PCBs in the buildings, what do you suggest would be the university's proper course of action to deal with that? And as a part of the student body, how would I, as a part of the student body, deal with the PCBs that could potentially be in my body?
Well, thank you for the question. That was a good one. Essentially, what we're also asking for the university is to present us with a proper plan of disposal for what they plan to do with the materials found in buildings. So we would hope that would be the next course of action, but we can't necessarily dictate what happens after they were found. What we do want first is the testing. That's the first step. And as far as finding out whether or not there are PCBs in your body, hopefully that the request about the test would be the first step for that. And then afterwards, I would suggest one seek a medical professional to find answers for that.
Are there any queries, other queries regarding this piece of legislation? Seeing none, all right, we're going to move into debate, knowing that you can ask questions during debate. We're going to alternate pro and con. We last started with con debate, I believe. And so we're going to go into pro debate. Pro debate from Senator Echeburu.
So I appreciate the speakers coming into the meeting at the beginning. I think it really does like give a good student perspective. And I think it would really like do all the students on campus and alumni a disservice to not pass this. Because we are advocates of our student body and we were chosen as representatives of our colleges. So yeah, I think there should be transparency. And although there could be, I mean, although there is some right now, I've recently heard about Hill having PCBs and I've heard about residence halls. And I honestly had no idea until it was just spread around through conversation. So I think having access to more information about this would be great for everyone so we can avoid getting these life-threatening conditions.
Okay, thank you. That was pro from Senator Echeburu. Do I see any con debate on this piece of legislation? Okay, seeing no con debate, I'm going to recognize Senator Zollikan.
NC State is not just like faculty and students. It's so many people, and this affects literally everyone. And each like incoming class just only keeps getting bigger and bigger, so it's only going to keep affecting more and more people. So I think we should totally pass this bill.
Okay, thank you. That was pro debate by Senator Zollikan. Do I see any con debate regarding this piece of legislation? Seeing none, I'm going to recognize Senator Robertson.
Thank you. As a person who had had an office in Poe Hall for 2 years, I basically lived there from 8 o'clock in the morning until sometimes I was the last person to leave the building as a grad student. I was teaching classes during the day, taking classes at night. I'm concerned. I really want to know what's in my body right now. The free testing would be something that would help ease my mind. So just as someone who's been there, who had an office in there for 2 years, and I've been displaced now. So there's so many things. I have mentors who have cancer now. It's tough. People are questioning things. People devoted their lives to this university and teaching within this university, and those people are dying, some of them, and some of them are in treatment, and some of us just don't know. So I would recommend passing this bill.
Thank you. That was pro debate from Senator Robertson. Do I see any con debate? Seeing none, I'm going to recognize Senator Ledford.
I'm going to be really brief because I think the previous senators perfectly illustrated why I feel so grateful to be a sponsor on this bill. And as a College of Education senator, I feel it's important that I at least say something because the apathy amongst undergraduate students feels palpable, and I think that it would be a mistake not to pass something like this because it reaffirms that our students do have a say. They do have a say about their voice, they do have a say about their program, and they do have a say about their bodies. It feels College of Education students have felt extremely undervalued this past year. We have no place to stay, we have no DEI director, we have no professors. Like, what are you going to give to us? And so I fully stand behind this resolution.
Okay, thank you. That was pro debate. Do I see any con debate? I have a where do I have a query? Okay, query from Senator Smith.
If we know that at least 22 other buildings have tested positive for PCBs, I don't know about the levels of PCBs, but why has Poe Hall been singled out? Has there been a different treatment for Poe Hall compared to other buildings?
I think that it was the levels, if I'm not mistaken, but I'll refer that to a point of information from the sponsor.
Poe Hall was the building where the levels were so high that they had to close the building, which is why we started this whole process at this point in time of providing so much attention to Poe Hall. The other buildings were, to my knowledge, tested afterwards and some of them before, but the levels weren't as significantly high as Poe Hall.
And I'll also refer the point of information from Senator Stinnett.
With Poe Hall, it did start with a employee like inquiry, and they
Mhm.
weren't actually sure what the cause was. They thought they knew there was something wrong. They thought it might have been asbestos. They thought it might have been PCBs. They thought that it might have been lead, and that was what led to the initial like complaint. And that was followed up on, and that was when they started testing. So it was based on an employee complaint. To my knowledge, generally when they do these tests, it's because they're going to do some kind of like renovation or demolition, and it's like an EPA requirement. And so most of the tested buildings were tested in the exterior. But yeah, that's generally why it's an employee requesting it. So
Yeah, there was a specific inquiry into the building.
So, I mean, I had heard at least through the grapevine or whatever, that Hill and Dabney had about similar levels. So maybe that just wasn't true. So that's why I was confused. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. A point of information from Senator Robertson.
So
Is this about like the employee inquiry, that type of thing?
Yes.
Okay.
So there were many employees who questioned what was going on.
Mhm.
Myself being one of them. In my office, when I'd come in on Monday mornings, if I ran my hand over my desk, it was not dust; it was smut, like black,
Mhm.
on my fingers.
Mhm.
That's troubling because you're breathing this stuff,
Mhm.
right? Even if you keep your office clean, and the cleaning folks came in and cleaned every week.
Mhm.
So this should not have been.
Thank you for that point of information as well. I have a motion from Pro Tempore Dewberry.
I move to amend the resolution as was sent to the legislative secretary.
So if everyone goes to the agenda, I made a addition. It says amendments, and it has these amendments.
So with the second reading copy, you're going to want to make sure you go to that to see the amendments. And yeah, so the amendments, do you want to tell us a little bit about what your amendments are?
Sure. It just as the provision, buildings that were built and renovated prior to the year 1990. So just so that we're a little bit more inclusive of the buildings we're asking for to be tested.
Okay, thank you. There was a motion made to amend it. Is there a second? A second from Senator Webster. Now we're going to go into debate about the amendments. Is there any pro or con debate regarding the amendments? Seeing none. And any pro debate, any con debate? Seeing none, all pro debate regarding the amendments. Senator Dean.
Just so we have one pro debate, I think these are great amendments to make it more clarified for university.
Thank you. All right. Seeing that was pro debate. Do I see con debate? Do I see any debate at all? All in favor of the amendments, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it, and the amendments are so made. So you can kind of ignore the highlights. Now that was we last had pro debate. Do I see con debate on the piece of legislation? Seeing none, I'm going to recognize Senator Frink, and then we'll go for pro debate on the legislation.
So I've spent a lot of time in Poe Hall in undergrad and grad school. And 10 years ago, because there's a correlation, I believe, I was diagnosed with lupus. And it is one of the things that I expressed to the university after this was announced, but I've never heard back from them. Additionally, when I was working on my master's, I would take my young son with me periodically. And he has 3 years ago been diagnosed with a very rare disease, and he cannot have children. Additionally, I was 6 months pregnant when I graduated with my master's, and my son that I was pregnant with also has brain tumors, kidney tumors, and seizures. Is there causation? I don't know, but I would like to be tested, and I would like my children to be tested.
Thank you. That was pro debate. Is there any con debate? Seeing none, I'm going to recognize Senator Apperson for pro debate.
I first want to say thank you to the professors and grad students that are in this room right now because you work to save many, maybe dozens of people's lives, and I'm very thankful for that. I also want to bring up another point of perspective of someone who is a chronically ill person with a genetic disease that makes me more susceptible for cancer. And seeing like all this stuff that goes on and seeing how many people have died or lost their lives for a university that they love really breaks my heart. And the university doesn't seem to care, and it worries me for not only my safety but everybody else's, obviously. But I want to get my education here because I love NC State, but it's hard to feel like NC State doesn't love me back. And so I feel like many people could feel similar to me, and this resolution I feel like would make chronically ill students and just sick people in this community feel better and seen.
Okay, thank you. I see a motion from Senator Spencer.
I move the previous question.
Previous question has been called. I see a second from Senator Rolfe. All in favor of previous question, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. I'm going to say that that's not 2/3, which is required for previous question. Somebody calling division. Okay, division. All right, all against previous question, please stand. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then all four. I stand corrected. I'm going to say that previous. We can count off if you want to, but I think that is 2/3. So with that, previous question has been called and passes. And we're going to go into a roll call vote. So.
You ready? Okay. Alim? Al-Shamari? Epperson? Barker? I say yes. Biggs? Yes. Boad? Kars? Giganti? Cook? Davis? Yes. Desai? Dewberry?
Yes.
Dean? Yes. Dixon? Yes. Dunn? Yes. Echeveru? Yes. Falso? Yes. Frank? Yes. Hardwick? Hernandez? Hines? Yes. Ibrahim? Islam? Jones? Yes. Joshi? Khan? Yes. Kalu? Yes. Leford? Yes. Lennon? Yes. Lewis? Yes. Lundergan? Banqui? Yes. Migastab? Yes. McCoy? Nandula? Perez? Yes. Perry? Pittman? Yes. Price? Reed? Yes. Robertson? Yes. Robinson? Yes. Rolfe? Yes. Roman? Roth? Roy? Santoyani?
Yes.
Shahid? Smith? Yes. Spencer? Yes. Stinnett? Yes. Taylor? Taylor? Yes. Watts? Yes. Webster? Yes. Wetzberger? Watley?
Yes.
Whitehead?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Williams? Wilson? Zalkin? Yasa? Joe? Byrne? Britt?
Yes.
All right. With 47 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 or 49. Did Byrne and Britt get Byrne?
Britt?
Yes.
Does anyone want to change?
Did we skip anybody, or did anybody want to change?
Does anyone want to change their vote?
Okay. Seeing none, if you could exit out, just make sure it's 49. Okay. With 49 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this piece of legislation does pass, and we'll go to student body president for a signature or veto. All right, thank you so much. All right, now we're going to go on to R105, creating an ASL program at NCSU Act. If Legislative Secretary, if you would please read the long title.
A resolution to be entitled an act to create American Sign Language classes and adopt an American Sign Language program into the Department of World Languages and Culture at North Carolina State University.
This piece of legislation was sponsored by Senator Dixon. I know that Senator Dixon has a proxy. Did for okay for all right, pro tempore Dewberry. We'll count you as another sponsor. You can give a sponsor report for 5 minutes.
Sounds good. The Senator Dixon said, and I quote, "Hey guys, so I created this bill because when I first came to NCSU, I was excited to hopefully learn sign language while I was here. I unfortunately realized we didn't have any classes, and at the time there were no plans to make them. However, Davion and Emily included OEO's article on creating Ms. Taylor Alfori's new role as state's coordinator for deaf/hard of hearing /deaf blind people, and I reached out to her to see what her thoughts were on ASL classes becoming a possibility here. She told me that while it is basically in its proposal phase right now, and there's not much info on the progress of it, she would appreciate support from student government, and here we are. So this bill consists of some info on deaf people in America, how many of them get a secondary education, OEO, and Ms. Alfori's roles in this. Some universities and community colleges in North Carolina that offer ASL classes and what their class structures look like, ASL careers and what Ms. Alfori and I hope an ASL program will look like at NC State. Super thankful to Dio for their commentary on the bill, and Caroline Taekwon's help with it, especially to Taekwon for delivering my report for me. Thank you all for your help. Couldn't have done this without you."
Thank you. That was the sponsor report. So with that, this piece of legislation was referred to the Committee on Diversity, Inclusion, and Outreach. Chair Dean, you have 5 minutes to deliver a committee report.
I did link my committee report on the agenda, but essentially debate was favorable. We thought that this was very well listed and reported on, and just like great detail in this. And we sent this back to Senate with favorable review.
Thank you. That is Dio. So are there any questions regarding this bill? Query from Senator Ledford.
The linked committee R105 document has a suggestion from SSP. Are we voting on the resolution with the suggested section included?
I believe that the section. Oh, the section was actually was supposed to be. I was supposed to work with Senator Dixon about that, about who to send it to, but that was supposed to be a. Actually, yes, there was. I think that there was. That was not voted on within committee, but there is. I did receive some communication from Senator Dixon that they were that she was favorable to that as well. But we'll have to let that. It's not the suggestion is not part of the bill as it stands. Does that make sense? Sorry, apologies about that. Okay, we are in a period of questions. Are there any questions? Okay, specifically, I have conversations. The suggestions from the sponsor was that they'd like to add Dr. Meg Day, a deaf professor that they've been in contact with here, Dr. Professor Walter Wolfram, a professor who's been advocating for ASL at State for a while now, and the president of ASL Club, Grace Lowry, as well as some small amendments that would have been sent to the legislative secretary. Did you receive those? Okay. We did receive a copy of the legislation that is amended. Can you link that to the so if we'll link that, and if somebody would like to motion in place of whenever we get to that point, we will do that. But we'll have that linked to the agenda if that's okay. Okay. All right. So to clarify to your question, but is there any other questions regarding this piece of legislation? Is that a query? Okay. Use your mic.
I was just wondering, like the "and be it further," is that the right like format? Because it looks kind of like weird. I don't know.
Yes. If there, yes, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, with my suggestion, are you saying?
Yeah,
Oh, okay, yeah. The no,
I don't know, I was just
no, that is not. That will be fixed.
Okay,
We'll
okay.
fix it if it is finished. and that type of thing. That's a clerical error. So, are there any other questions regarding this piece of legislation? Okay, we're with that, we don't there are no more questions. With that, I'm going to go into a period of debate. We have the, I guess, the almost proposed amendments on the floor. Has everybody gotten a chance to read those proposed amendments from Senator Dixon?
They are linked to the agenda.
So if you could pull up the amended version that Senator Dixon has, that would be great. Sent. Is it access to everybody? Okay. All right. So with this, is there a motion to amend the bill as follows? Motion from from Pro Tempore Dewberry. Is there a second? A second from Proxy Dixon. All right. With that, we're going to go into debate about the amendments themselves. Is there any debate on the amendments? I'll let everybody take a second to look at the amendments. And technically, can somebody motion to consider these en bloc so we don't have to go through them individually? Moved by Pro Tempore Dewberry. Is there a second? A second by Senator Chiburu. All in favor of considering these en bloc, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. Okay, ayes have it. We're considering them en bloc. Thanks. That's a little Parley Pro thing, but wanting to make sure that we're doing that. So, is there any debate on the amendments? Any pro debate? Any con debate? Any debate at all? Pro debate from Senator Apperson.
Just so we have some debate and stuff, but I think adding like people who approve of this from like the president of the ASL club and a deaf professor is very favorable, and I think there's no reason why we shouldn't add it.
Okay, thank you. That was pro debate. Is there any con debate? And any pro debate from Senator Reed on the amendments, right? Okay, I have a query from Senator Echeburu. Is this regarding the amendments? No. Okay. So, are there any pro debate or con debate regarding the amendments? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendments, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it, and the amendments are so approved. So if we can just resolve all of those suggestions, and then we will continue as follows. So give us a second just to get this all figured out. So this is the new working copy that is right here. And I have a motion from Senator Williams.
I'm sorry, I had a very small motion in the 6th whereas clause. The way it reads, it essentially has Campbell University listed as a UNC system university, which technically would be incorrect. So very small to pertinent to the bill, but
I would say that's a friendly amendment.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, well, and North Carolina Community, is this the one that you're talking about?
Yes.
In North Carolina College, can we just say colleges? Can we just delete the word colleges? Because that, or leave North Carolina community colleges and universities? Would that resolve your issue? And universities. All in favor of this amendment, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. All right, ayes have it. It's done. So, all right. Now we have a query regarding the legislation. Senator Echeburu.
So in the, let's see, 4th last resolve clause about professors hired are deaf or hard of hearing. Although I like that sentiment, I wish the sponsor was here so I could ask, would that kind of hinder like the hiring process? Because maybe like there are a lot of candidates that aren't hard of hearing, but they're like professional, like they know like ASL and everything. Why is it that we would only get people that are deaf or hard of hearing? Like, would that hinder the process a little bit and like limit the people that we could hire?
From my understanding, I don't believe that would be a hindrance necessarily, but I'm not sure. That's kind of something that I think that would be better for the sponsor, but like I don't think so. I don't think that would be a hindrance necessarily. But point of information from Pro Tempore Dewberry, or Senator Spencer.
if I'm wrong, I'll admit I'm wrong, but I don't think so because I had Spanish 201 last semester and my professor was a native English speaker. She learned Spanish. Now ASL is understand is different because it's hard of hearing, totally different ballgame, but I don't see why not as long as they meet whatever the university qualifications are for fluent or whatever the professional organization that defines fluency levels are.
Yeah.
That would be my assumption, but you know what assumptions do. So do
Yeah.
what you want with that.
Yeah.
I think that they're The motion.
Might make okay. I don't know. I don't know what you guys think about this, but I think I might make a motion to remove that resolve clause just because I'd be afraid that it would hinder like just the hiring process because I don't know how many people are willing to teach and like are ASL certified or something like that. Like I don't know about the certifications, but if someone could provide more info on that.
Is that a point of information from Proxy Perez? Yeah, no, you're good.
Oh, sorry. It was kind of like it was an emotion to remove it, but
Can you pull up the specific resolve clause that we're talking about so everybody can?
It's the-
Yes.
yeah, that
So professors that are hired are deaf or hard of hearing users to promote allyship in the okay. The original question was would hiring professors that are deaf or hard of hearing hinder the employment, like the employing like hiring process?
No, it wouldn't. It just encourages hiring more professors that are deaf or hard of hearing to increase allyship. It doesn't prevent the university from hiring anyone who's not.
It does. It doesn't like it's a recommendation. I think in this case.
Could that be reflected better? That's a recommendation.
Okay.
It seems like it's a
So you'd say resolve the student senate recommends that professors hire. Okay. A motion from Senator Dean.
I move to amend that whereas clause estimated to the legislative assistant or
secretary.
secretary, just to include at the beginning, let me see, that we recommend ... like the professors hired.
Okay. That yeah. So I will let me because the legislative secretary stepped out. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. This is the highlighted part was the amendment. Is there any debate on the amendment? Or oh yeah, thank you. Is there a second on the amendment? A second from Pro Tempore Dewberry. Sorry. Is there any debate on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. Okay. Ayes have it, and the amendment is approved. So. Okay. So, all right. We had an amendment and we figured it out with. Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry. All right. I have a query from Pro Tempore Dewberry.
Just a quick semantics question. Maybe you could answer this better. Everything we do in Student Senate is recommendation. So if we're going
Yes.
to change one resolve clause, shouldn't we change them all to recommend to reflect that these are recommendations?
From a clerical standpoint, probably, but like that can be something done in post processing.
Okay.
I have a motion from Pro Tempore Dewberry.
Okay, I move to amend the final resolve clause to include an extra name provided to the student body president.
Dr. Susan Navy Davis.
Dr. Susan Navy, do you have a title for that person?
Yes, would you like me to?
Yeah, just give us what's the title for that? Do we also have the recommendations from the sponsor as well? Dr. Meg Day.
The Assistant Department Head for Student Affairs, Dr. Susan Navy Davis, who I was referred to when I tried to take ASL classes here.
Okay.
And they said no.
Wait, Navy like the Navy?
Yeah.
Okay. What is her title again?
Assistant Department Head.
Okay, Assistant Department Head of what?
Student Affairs.
Of Student Affairs. Okay. All right. All in favor? Okay, sorry. Do I have a second for the amendment? A second from Senator Britt. Is there any debate on this amendment? Any pro, any con? Seeing none, all in favor of this amendment? All opposed? All right, amendment passes and will be included. So, with that, is there any other queries, discussion, debate on this piece of legislation? Do I have a query? Is that a query from Senator Spencer? Okay, query, pro, con, any debate at all? Seeing, is that a motion? No. Oh, sorry, I have a pro debate from Senator Apperson.
Just to clarify before I say, this is like on the legislation itself, right?
Yes, on the legislation.
I've gotten lost.
No, it's fine.
I just wanted to speak again in favor of this because ASL is a language. I'm honestly really surprised. I didn't know that we didn't have one before. I know that the community college in my town, they at least offer ASL classes. So I feel like if a community college is able to provide those kinds of resources, why can't a university?
Okay, thank you. That was pro debate. Do I see any con debate? I see pro debate from Senator Spencer. Oh wait, is that a motion? All right, motion takes precedence over debate. Motion to previous question has been called. Is there a second? Second from Senator Dean. All in favor of previous question, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. All right, ayes have it, and previous question has been called, and so roll call vote. All right. So, yep, go ahead.
Are you guys ready to do softball?
Okay. Aleem? Al-Shamari? Epperson? Barker? I say yes. Biggs? Fudge? Clars? Giganti? Cook? Davis? Desai? Dewberry?
Yes.
Dean? Dixon?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
Etcheberu? Yes. Falso?
Yes.
Frank? Hardwick? Hernandez? Hines? Mhm. Hines? Ibrahim? Islam? Jones? Joshi? Jones? Joshi?
Resign.
Khan? Kalu? Ledford? Lennon? Lewis? Lundergan? Banqui? Megastop? McCoy? Nandula? Perez? Perry? Pittman? Price? Reed? Robertson? Robinson? Roth? Roman? Roth? Roy? Santoni? Shahid? Smith? Spencer? Stinnett? Taylor? Watts? Webster? Witzberger? Watley? Whitehead? Williams? Williams? Wilson? Jellican? Yasa? Joe? Byrne? Britt? Joe? Wait, Joe? Okay.
Okay.
Did I miss anyone? Or would anyone like to change their vote?
Also, why has Yasa voted this meeting? Because technically she resigned.
What?
Sorry, that's just a question. It's okay. We'll figure that out later.
What?
Yasa resigned, so that
Wait.
I'm gonna say that those votes are invalid, so we're gonna want to delete those. Sorry, I just realized that. Okay, so with 48 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this piece of legislation does pass and will be sent to the student body president for a signature veto. Thank you. Yeah, or every. Okay, there we go. All right, so now thank you for that. All right, now we're going to go into R47, Academic Printing Accessibility Act. All right, Legislative Secretary, will you please read the long title?
A resolution to recognize academic printing as a necessary course resource and make it accessible to all students.
Great. Thank you. This piece of legislation was sponsored by Senator Paul Lewis. You have 5 minutes to deliver your sponsor report. Also, I want everybody to note the R47. We hit 121 this meeting. But anyways, continue.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been in committee for a while, but it's been allowed to be molded into what it is now. Sally, the chairwoman, Alyssa Price, is not here to talk about it, but thankfully the vice chair will speak to it. But thank you to Student Affairs for having this bill for what seems like forever. We have decided to settle on a system very similar to that of like dining dollars or something like that. The idea is, instead of having a fixed fee like the majority of the other universities, we will have a tiered fee that is 100% optional, that focuses on if you are in a print heavy major, or if you know you're going to be in a class a certain semester that you're going to print a lot, you're able to buy bulk printing in hopes that you will be able to get it for a bit cheaper instead of having to pay out of pocket. Another benefit to this is this will be put on your official bill, meaning that if you receive financial aid or you receive scholarships, the scholarship money or financial aid will be able to pay for it. I know a lot of people, I know last time we had a lot of debate about fees and increasing them. This bill does not put this fee on there automatically, nor should it. That we aim for this to be 100% optional. And it, like I said, it being targeted to the print heavy majors. And this also does not, this should not allow teachers to increase the print load on students. We aim to hopefully not print at all, but it's really hard if you're in certain majors where you specialize in hand drawing things.
Okay, awesome. That was the sponsor report. This piece of legislation was referred to Student Affairs. Are you you're the normal Secretary of Student Affairs, correct?
I was proxying for Senator or
Just-
for Secretary Watts.
Just one second. For the last meeting, this piece of legislation has been in committee since September. So I'm gonna just first a little bit, and then I'm gonna give it to you. Okay. All right. Do you have can you give us a little bit of insight of what the journey that this piece of legislation has taken in committee at the beginning of this, and then I will recognize Senator Ledford for the secretary, like in the most recent meeting, if that's okay. All right, go for it.
So, yeah, this bill has been in committee for a while. I think we all agreed with its intent. We think that academic printing needs some help. But I think some of the problems that we were having when we first discussed this bill is that we were talking about majors like College of Design that were really print heavy. And if there was like some sort of program like the Course Ready program for textbooks enforced on printing, that would be really different. And some people that would not provide what they needed to get their printing. And for other people, it would be useless. So I think we're just trying to like find a solution to that problem while also addressing like especially these smaller colleges that do have very print heavy majors, and make sure they are represented and their voices are heard. So I think that was one of the big things that we spoke about.
Yeah, and I'll refer it to Senator Ledford for more updates on the final version of the bill and that sort of thing as the secretary at the time.
So the bill changed a lot in our last committee meeting. There was a lot of discussion bridging from what Secretary Watts spoke about. And because of that, we came to the solution of this tiered system. And the tiered system was favored by majority of the committee, especially members of the committee who were in majors that were very print heavy, so that they could kind of differentiate what each major needs, like how design needs models and different type of materials. And so the committee was very favorable of this new change, and it was really great and collaborative. So thank you to the corresponding senator.
Okay. All right, thank you for the committee report. Now we're going to go into questions regarding this piece of legislation. I see Senator Apperson for questions.
I know you said, Senator Lewis, that this would hopefully and shouldn't be able to let professors give students more stuff to print out. Is there a way that we can stop that from happening? You understand? Do you understand what I'm asking? Okay.
That could be, I'm going to answer your question. You can always add a recommendation within the resolve clauses if you'd like to, but I'll also refer that to the sponsor.
Yeah, I know the university does try to push a very like eco-friendly vibe. Essentially, I know that, like I said, the university itself tries to push that we shouldn't be printing because that just does not follow the guidelines of sustainability. But yeah, I'm open to put a resolve clause in there that states that.
Okay, we're not in debate yet, so hold on to that. But I have a query from Senator Williams.
Do we know approximately how much this fee will be? And in the long run, is it going to match what the average payload for a print heavy major would be? And is it going to actually benefit them in any way?
So from what I understand, this is almost like a dining dollars sort of system. So it's not necessarily going to be a fee that is on top of like the existing fees, if that answers your question. Does that answer your question? Okay, perfect. All right, query from, I saw Proxy Perez. Senator Lundergan was somebody who was in a College of Design major and is the vice chair of the committee and was somebody that was a print heavy major, if that helps you. But also refer that to the sponsor.
Yeah, well, I'm in civil engineering. In civil engineering, one of our classes focuses primarily on hand drawing 3D designs. I know for that class alone, just because you have to print it out, take a picture of it, and send it in, I printed at least 100 pieces of paper just for the single class. And I know for other classes, it's very similar, especially as you continue on. You have to break it down into printed objects that you can't just work on digital things like AutoCAD or other things like that.
Okay, thank you. I'm also, query from Senator Dean.
This is kind of like a two-parter. Who was the individual that came to the committee last meeting from university?
There was a Dr. Mark Hoyt came to the committee, not this past time, but the time before that, to talk about this and was open to a lot of different recommendations and that type of thing. And there was a lot of conversation that was had. And I had spoke with the chair after that meeting and that type of thing. And I think that was what shaped a lot of what the bill is as it stands.
Okay, to like my second part of the question then, whoever like the university official that came to the meetings, I heard that there were some issues with this legislation that the university did not like about it. So can anyone present at these meetings be able to explain some of like the counter arguments to having this legislation that was prompted by the university?
Somebody who was at the meeting with Dr. Hoyt, can somebody give a point of, were you there? Okay, I'll let Secretary Watts as a committee officer speak to that.
I will try to do my best to remember, but basically, I remember he said a lot about like extra cost, and I think just the feasibility of streamlining printing. I think some of the other problems he said, I think he was really big on saying we should stop printing altogether, like we should be more sustainable, and obviously that's already being like implemented, but there's still people who are going to have to print. So I think that was his big qualm, was that why don't we just encourage sustainability?
Thank you. Does that answer your question? Okay. I also have a point of information from Senator Webster. Were you there at that meeting?
No, this is a point of information going back to a previous question.
Okay, previous question, point of information.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Just on like students who are in like print heavy majors or have like higher printing costs. A lot of students I've talked to, they might not be in like what would be like stereotypically classified as a print heavy major, but they're in like print heavy time periods of their academic career where they're like trying to search for internships or they're attending like career fairs at a very frequent rate. And so they're having to print off a lot of like resumes and applications and that sort of thing. And so that's where like another like cause for concern of where people who like might want to opt in one semester versus another as like information on that.
Okay, awesome. I'm going to get point of information from Ledford and then Senator Lewis. So point of information from Senator Ledford.
I recommend that everybody looks at the minutes from the student affairs meeting because I was very intentional about documenting correctly what happened at that meeting. And within that meeting, we discussed majority of the questions being proposed.
Could you link that
Yes.
to the agenda where student affairs is? I know that your GROW email should have access. Send it to legislative secretary. Thank you. Okay. We have one last point of information, and then technically, are you motioning to end the period of questions? No. Okay. So, okay. Point of information, and then we'll continue on with the period of questions.
One of Dr. Hoyt's biggest problems with the previous version of the bill, but it has been changed. It was the feasibility of when it was still academic printing only. His biggest problem was the feasibility of trying to decipher what is academic printing and what is not, because that was just not something that was easily done. So the newer bill just is printing in general.
Thank you. All right. Unless there are motions to extend the period of questions, I'm going to go into debate, knowing that you can ask questions during debate. And with that, we have a motion from Senator Apperson. If you have a amendment, send it to the legislative secretary. Just email it to student-senate-legislation, and then we'll handle that. Once you've sent it and once Maddie's gotten it, we'll make sure that we'll consider it as a motion. Okay? All right, sounds good. So send your motion. But before you do that, can you just describe what your motion is?
I want to motion to specify that professors are not allowed to what's the word?
We recommend that this are not increase the amount of printing.
Increase the amount of printing they can do. Sorry, it's late.
No, it's good. Okay. All right. There was while we're getting the specifics of that, do you want to just type that on the bill? Okay. Let's just type that on the bill with a resolved. The Student Senate recommends or asks that professors do not increase the amount of printing as a result of this change, as a result of these changes in their coursework. Is that a fine amendment? Okay. All right. Is there a second? Second from Senator Lewis. All in favor, or sorry, is there any debate on this amendment? Pro debate from Senator Dean.
I think this is a very great amendment to be adding to this legislation. I think it's definitely a reasonable, not reasonable, but like it's definitely something that could happen with professors, seeing that students are able to print more, so let's print more.
Okay, thank you. All right. With that, is there any more debate on this amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it, and the amendment is approved. Okay, awesome. Now we're back into the debate of the whole bill. Is there any pro debate on this bill? Any con debate on this bill? Any debate at all? Is that a motion? Okay. All right. Motion from Senator Dean.
I move to previous question.
I was about to end debate, but okay. Second from Senator Rolfe. All in favor of previous question, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it, and previous question passes, and we're going to go into a roll call vote. Great.
Alim, Alshamari, Apperson, Barker. I say yes. Biggs, Boaj, Kars, Chiganti, Cook, Davis, Desai, Dewberry,
Yes.
Dean, Dixon,
Yes.
Dunn,
Yes.
Etcheberu, Falso,
Yes.
Frink, Hardwick, Hernandez, Hines, Ibrahim, Islam, Jones, Joshi, Khan, Kalu, Lefford, Lennon, Lewis, Lundergan, Banqui. Okay. Min Gustav, McCoy, Nandula, Perez, Perry, Pittman, Price, Reed, Robertson, Robinson, Roth, Roman, Roth, Roy, Satwani, Shahid, Smith, Spencer, Shahid, Smith, Spencer, Sinet, Taylor, Watts, Webster, Retzberger, Watley, Whitehead, Williams, Williams, Wilson, Jolikin, Yasa, Joe, Byrne, Britt. Okay.
Okay. All right. Is anybody, did we miss anybody or would anybody like to change their vote? Boaz, yes. Okay. Okay, with 41 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this piece of legislation does pass, and we'll go to the student body president for a signature or veto. All right. Okay. On a clerical error, technically we have to put fast tracks in order of the in order that they were introduced. So technically FB 114 and 115 will come before 120, and we'll continue on with the motion from Senator Ledford.
I move to consider the 2 reimbursement acts in block.
Okay, a motion has been considered to second from Senator Biggs. All in favor of considering the 2 finance bills en bloc, please say aye. I have a point of information from Senator Dunn.
Yeah, so just to be totally transparent, there's some interesting things going on with the second one, as you guys will see. And I would hate for if the Senate decides that Finance Committee has not adequately done its job, which I fully believe that it has, I would hate for it to impact the first organization. And because if they're blocked, and then a vote no would be no for both of them.
Okay.
So I would prefer not to block these.
There's a recommendation from the finance chair to not block them. Is there
I rescind my motion.
Okay, motion has been rescinded. Okay, so we're gonna go into FB 114, CrossFit Club Reimbursement Act. Can you read the long title and then we'll get going on this?
A finance bill to be entitled an act to allocate student government funds for the purpose of reimbursing CrossFit Club at NC State.
Okay, Senator Dunn, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Okay, great. So just as a reminder for everyone how voting on finance bills works at Senate, it's basically voting on that we've done our jobs properly, not if you actually agree with our decision. Just to get that out there, that was a kind of a recent change. But basically, this one is fairly standard. They're the CrossFit Club here, and they are seeking money because they want to get 2 of their members trained to be level 1 certified coaches. Currently, they have to pay a fee at the gym they work out with to get just to get coaching. And so they're requesting this because it'll ultimately lead to them passing savings back onto their members. And this funding would put 2 of their members through this coaching class who can then continue to spread propagate the information throughout the organization.
Okay.
That's pretty much it for me.
Okay, awesome. All right, so are there any questions regarding this piece of legislation? Query from Senator Webster.
Could you give some information about the longevity of these 2 people who will become coaches, and how long how long they will remain in the organization, if they're graduating this year, whether they have plans on coming back, so that way we know the funds are going to be having returns positively for the university. and the
Yeah. So
organization?
for this one, it should have a positive a positive
Return.
brought back. I know one of the people is currently a junior, so they would have this semester and then the next 2 as well. And this funding is putting 2 people through. I believe the other one is not a graduating senior. So this would be a financially sound decision, so to speak. It would save their club money.
Thank you. Are there any other questions regarding this piece of legislation? Nothing about the amount or anything like that. Okay. Seeing no questions, we're going to go into debate. We last started with pro debate. Is there any con debate? Are you pointing at something? Okay. Seeing no con debate, is there any pro debate? Biggs, pro debate.
Yeah, in finance committee, we really like this this organization. It promotes fitness, and which challenges students not only academically, or sorry, it takes us away from the academic challenges and challenges us physically. This will make it so it's more cost effective for them, and it was a net benefit all around, we thought.
Thank you. All right, that was pro debate. Is there any con debate? Motion from sorry, I was about to call you pro tempore. Jesus. All right, Senator Britt. Previous question has been called. Is there a second? A second from Senator Biggs. All in favor of previous question, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it, and we are going to go into a roll call vote. So 114, let's go.
Alim. Al-Shamari.
One second. Can everyone please speak up and speak clearly?
Yeah, we're having a little bit of hard time here, and up for don't use your mic. Don't use your mic for roll call. Just please speak up. All right, go for it.
We're starting over. Alim. Al-Shamari. Apperson. Barker. I say yes. Biggs. Boaz. Kars. Saganti. Cook. Davis. Desai. Dewberry.
Yes.
Dean. Dixon. Dunn. Ejiburu. Falso. Frink. Hardwick. Hernandez. Hines. Ibrahim. Islam. Jones. Khan. Kalu. Yeah, you want me to go over it? Okay. Ledford. Lennon. Lewis. Lundergan. Banqui. McGustab. McCoy. Nandula. Perez. Perry. Perez was yes. Perry. Pittman. Price. Reed. Robertson. Robinson. Roth. Roman. Roth. Okay. Roy. Santorini. Shahid. Smith. Spencer. Stinnett. Taylor. Taylor. Watts. Webster. Witzberger. Watley. Whitehead. Williams. Williams. Wilson. Jellicoe. Yasa. Joe. Byrne. Britt. Okay.
Okay. All right. With 45 in the 47 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, 0 abstentions, this piece of legislation does pass, and we'll go to the student body president for signature or veto. All right. Awesome. Okay. Sky and NC State Reimbursement Act. Long title. Let's go. You're good. Take your time.
A finance bill to be entitled an act to allocate student government funds for the purpose of reimbursing Sky at NC State.
Parker, you have the floor.
Okay, so I'll try to explain this one completely so everyone can have a good idea of basically what happened at the meeting. So they are a mental health meditation group. They meet on campus. They have regularly 30 to 40 people at their events. What they're seeking is currently for this specific breathing techniques and meditations they use, you have to get someone who is specifically trained in the specific type of meditation. And this is a very rigorous certification. And so currently they're spending money to bring in an outside trainer. And so what they want to do is sort of similar to the last one, pay money to have one of their members go off and get trained so then they can hold events more frequently, and as well as reduce those expenses from bringing in outside trainers. So more information about this, this training would be for one individual, 3 weeks in Texas. It was $4,000 and then $1,000 for travel. They were able to negotiate it down to $3,000 and then $1,000 for travel. When we talked about this in committee, we highlighted on the points that promoting mental health is important, but mathematically, this doesn't really make sense for the club, since this person they intend to send is currently a junior. So they're not recouping their money really if they're spending about $400 a semester on bringing in these outside trainers. He said he might try to come for grad school and pursue a PhD, but none of that is concrete. They have worked hard to try to get the price down, but ultimately we decided that funding them $400 would be fair, because that's the price that they're using to currently bring in the trainers, and we felt that amount would theoretically be recouped in the first year of having the training. And then we also added the stipulation that if they decide, hey, this actually doesn't make monetary sense for our organization to do, that they are allowed to use that funding to help pay for bringing in the outside trainers to continue hosting the classes. We had some good debate about this, and we kind of decided that was a good middle ground. If they want to go forward, we'll provide them an amount that would get recouped, and so our money would pass savings on to their members. But if they decide not to go through with this, then they can still get use of the money, if that makes sense.
Okay. All of that said, is there any questions? Query from Senator Rolfe.
Hi. So I was just looking over at the Finance Committee report, and there's nothing mentioned of how this organization generates its own revenue. Do we have a report on how they do that and
Yeah,
roughly
so-
how much they're bringing in?
Yeah, if you click on their name, Sky NC State, that links right to the budget for all of the organizations. You can see currently it's a mix of personal funding, bake sales, and other student government appropriations processes and stuff like that.
Okay. Does that answer your question? All right. Awesome. Are there any other queries regarding this piece of legislation? I guess a clarification. When is the individual graduating that they're trying to train?
They are currently a junior, so they would be graduating spring 2026, I believe.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Okay.
Just as a point of information, again, we are voting on if we feel that the Finance Committee adequately did its job, and not if we actually personally agree with funding them this amount.
That's right. Okay. All right. So, all right. Are there any questions regarding this piece of legislation? Seeing none, we're gonna go into debate. I see debate from Senator Williams.
I want to be real careful with this. I don't have a great track record with debating finance, but even though I passed this out of committee, that vote was because I wanted it to come before the Senate. And although it's very close, I don't think we should ethically vote yes on this bill, because we aren't 100% sure that this would truly be a recoup for this organization. And that would mean we've just funded a individual student's personal priorities, which that is not what we do as a Senate Finance. So right now, I just think there's too much in the air right now for us to truly say that we did fund them and are funding an organization.
Okay. I have a query from Webster.
I was just curious if we have information on when this individual is receiving the training, like whether that's going to be like over the summer and then they'd be able to like come back their senior year and like spend a full year with that training, passing the knowledge down to the club, or if that's going to be like the training happens next spring, a month before they graduate, and they like. I'm just curious about that.
This is a reimbursement, so it's already happened, correct?
So the training itself would take place from March 7th through 22nd in Uvalde, Texas. But they have to pay soon to like secure their spot in the training, essentially.
And that's why this is a reimbursement.
That's why this is a reimbursement.
Okay. Thank you. Does that answer your question? Okay. Query from Dean.
For one, like the previous senator, or like one of the previous senators, or anyone who is on this committee, why was it sent to Senate with favorable review rather than sending to Senate with unfavorable review?
I'll refer that back to the sponsor.
I mean, generally, we try to give funding to every organization that applies for money. Just because we might not necessarily agree with how they're spending the money doesn't mean they're like the right to request it as students is any less valid. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. While we're not sure how much sense this actually makes, they have the right as student organizations to request money for this and to spend their money that way.
Okay, thank you. All right, query from Stanette, and then we'll go to Pro Temp.
This was related to a previous question, and I think I just maybe didn't quite hear an answer. So for the student that's been, or I guess is about to be trained, did they talk about whether or not this like training is something they can pass on to a student here, or whether this is like training that like needs to be done in Texas?
I would assume that there is, while they could definitely pass on a lot of the stuff, and I think they could probably like they could not certify the other student, and they seem to be making a big deal about the certification itself because you need like 3,000 hours of training or something like that to get it. But I think they could definitely pass on a lot of the knowledge and like the breathing techniques and the meditation and that type of stuff, while they might not be officially certified. So there definitely would be passed back into the organization like in the previous one, even if they can't train the next person to get the certification. If that clarifies the question.
Do you have a follow-up question?
I guess is that like certification like really necessary?
That's kind of
I'm
not what like we've had discussion about this. Like I realize that this is with new centers. Like sometimes like the discussion of necessary is determined by the organization and that type of thing. Like we're assuming that they like if they're coming and asking for money for us, then it is necessary for their organization. So does that answer your question?
Sort of. I guess the reason why I'm asking this is I'm wondering if they would need to send another student once the student graduates, or whether it's sufficient to pass it on without having a formal certification beyond the student's graduation. I guess that's my question.
Further questions we can always. I don't want to really suggest this. We can always send it back to Finance Committee if they want to ask more questions and bring the org back. But like I'll let Parker answer that.
Give me a second to think about this.
Will they need to request this type of thing again in the future?
I can't guarantee that they won't, but I definitely think that having the training and having a member who is like officially trained, who can kind of more formally pass on information, reduces the likelihood of this happening.
Okay. Does that answer your question? Okay, awesome. Query from Pro Temp.
How much money do we have left in Finance Committee grants to pass out for the remainder of the session?
If I had to get, I believe somewhere around $8,000. We expect a big
We're
influx
expecting
after appropriations. It kind of slowed down like right at the start of the semester because everyone was working on their appropriations interviews and getting ready for that. And so we kind of have
We're expecting an
this
influx
happened in
soon.
the fall as well. There'll be a big surge. The rest of our meetings for the semester will probably go through like 18 orgs or something like that.
Okay. Follow up.
This is
Oh, okay. You and then next. Okay.
don't have to move into debate.
Was that 21? Was that 21 minutes for debate?
I think so.
Okay.
Also, question.
Motion from Senator Webster. Hold on.
Motion to extend. Was that debate or questions?
I don't think we moved into debate.
We moved into debate because there
Just
was no
like-
more questions. Or was this? That was debate because that was debate because we had
Yeah. Motion to extend the period of debate by 5 minutes.
5 minutes for extending debate. All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
That was 21 minutes. Damn.
Okay, ayes have it for 5 minutes for debate. Okay. Finish asking your question, and then we're gonna go into pro debate.
How many more?
Division.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, that would allow you to. Okay. Are you calling? I said it extended by 5. Do you still want to call division? I didn't call.
It was Jordan.
Who called division? Okay, Reed. Okay. All in favor of extending debate, please raise your placard or stand up, actually. Stand up, please. Hey, do you want to extend debate? Okay. Okay. Count off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Who's against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So I think that extending debate fails, and we're going to go into a roll call vote unless somebody wants to make it by an what? It's extending debate, so it's extending the privileges, so it's not 2/3. So unless there's a motion for a different amount of time. A motion from Apperson.
Is there any way we could send this back? Because like I feel like a lot of people still have questions, and unless you guys want to
You
do
can
like,
motion to send it back.
can I motion to send it back?
Motion to send it back to the committee. Is there a second? Second from Santoyani. All in. Oh wait, we probably should. Can. We have to do this. All in favor of sending it back to committee? Aye. Sorry. All in favor of sending it back to committee, say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
How many meeting cycles do we have left in the session?
We have 3, but the thing is that this is.
And it's going to make it, if it goes back, it's going to make a difference because of the rise in appropriations. I don't think it's fair to this organization to send back because they said it's.
Okay. All right. So I don't think that was 2/3, so I'm going to say the motion fails. Okay. Motion from Biggs.
Motion to table this to next meeting.
Motion to table this bill until next meeting. Is there a second? A second from Apperson. All in favor of tabling it to the next meeting, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Nays have it. So we're gonna go into a. Okay, listen up. All right, we're gonna go until unless there's any more motions. We're going to a roll call vote. So, go for it.
You ready? Okay. Ali, clearly and loudly,
We have the
please.
possibility of
We're gonna use
3.
one time.
So just
Okay. Aleem, Al-Shamari, Apperson, Barker.
Pass.
Okay, I need people to stop talking so I can hear everyone. Is that okay?
Yeah. All right. Let's.
Okay, Aleem said yes. Al-Shamari, Apperson, Barker, I pass. Biggs, Blige, Kars, Chiganti, Cook, Davis, Desai, Dewberry,
Pass.
Dean, Dixon, Dunn, Echeveru, Falso, Echeveru, Falso, Frink, Hardwick, Hernandez, Hines, Ibrahim, Islam, Jones, Joshi, Khan, Kalu, Ledford, Lennon, Lewis, Lundergan, Banqui, Megustab, McCoy, Nandula, Perez, Perry, Pittman, Price, Reed, Robertson, Robinson, Rolfe, Roman, Roth, Roy, Santoani, Shahid, Smith, Spencer, Sinet, Taylor, Watts, Webster, Wattsbarger, Watley, Whitehead, Williams, Wilson.
Whitehead was.
What?
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Williams.
Williams not here. Wilson. Zalkin. Yes,
No.
they're not hearing. Oh, there we go. Joe. Byrne. Britt. He left.
All right, people who passed.
I see.
Okay. Barrett, you say no?
Yeah.
You need a. Okay, who
Epperson?
passed?
Epperson. Davis. Davis. Okay. Dewberry.
No.
Roth. Okay. And then Webster. No. Okay.
All right. Anybody? Did we miss anybody, or did anybody like to change their vote? Santayani. Santayani. No. Okay. With 30 in the affirmative, 15 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this piece of legislation does pass. And we'll. Oh wait, we have. Oh, sorry. Banquet. Yes to no. No, it doesn't require 2/3. It's half. No, finance bills aren't 2/3. Okay. Knowing that finance bills are half, would anybody like to change their vote? Okay. With 29 in the affirmative, 16 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this piece of legislation does pass, and we'll go to the student body president for her signature or veto. Okay. All right. R120. Streamlining the Printing Process Act. Long title. Let's go.
A resolution to modernize and streamline campus printing services for greater accessibility and efficiency.
Okay. This piece of legislation was sponsored by Senator Paul Lewis. You have 5 minutes to deliver a sponsor report.
All right, last bill. If you notice, this is very similar to R47. The reason this is not included to R47 was because of the large amount of information both bills contain. It was chosen in committee to split it into a second bill. This was presented to Student Affairs. I've not received any changes or any recommendations, so I consider a pass with favorable review. So that's about it.
I'm on the technicality. It was fast tracked, but just to correct you on that, but it was soft approval within Student Affairs or looked at by Student Affairs. All right. With that, this was fast tracked, so there is no committee report. We're going to go into 10 minutes for questions. Questions on this piece of legislation. Query from Williams.
What is wrong with the current way that we submit things to be printed, and why is this system better?
I'll refer that to the sponsor.
Yeah, of course. So this bill is in response to a large number of comments from the student body who consider the current printing process old and essentially dinosaur technology compared to what many companies offer today. Many students like to compare it to and include it in there. I said we should possibly mirror a service called Print With Me that many of the local apartments use. This service it comes highly favored from, I would say, a large amount of the Student Affairs Committee. That's why we decided to use it.
Is that okay? Does that answer your question? Okay, awesome. Are there any other queries regarding this piece of legislation? Queries. Anybody? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to go into debate, knowing you can ask questions. Pro debate from Biggs.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but like in everyday things like technology, everything's advancing, and it seems like printers, they just always suck. And so I feel like this legislation is a step in the right direction to get us into the modern age. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, is that a query from Whitehead? All right, is there any, that was pro debate. Is there any con debate on this piece of legislation? Are you looking for your cards? Okay, I have where's the motion? Motion from Mangastab. Previous question has been called. Is there a second? A second from Watley. All in favor of previous question, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. All right, ayes have it, and we're going to go into a roll call vote. All right.
Okay. Aleem, Al-Shamari, Apperson, Barker. I say yes. Biggs, Boaj, Kars, Chiganti, Cook, Davis, Desai, Dewberry,
Yes.
Dean, Dixon, Dunn, Echeverru, Falso, Frink, Hardwick, Hernandez, Hines, Ibrahim, Islam, Jones, Joshi, Khan, Kalu, Ledford, Lennon, Lewis, Lundergan, Bankley, Megustab, McCoy, Nandula, Perez, Perry, Pittman, Price, Reed, Apperson. Wait, Robertson. Okay, Robinson. Rob.
Yes.
Robin. Rob. Roy. Santuan. Tony.
You're gonna get it eventually. It's okay.
What? Smith. Spencer. Stinnett. Taylor. Watts. Webster. Westberger. Watley. Whitehead. Williams. Wilson. Zalkin. Yasa. Joe. Byrne. Britt. Okay.
Okay. With okay. With 46 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this piece of legislation does pass, and we'll go to the student body president for a signature or veto. Okay. All right. I think this is the fastest we've gotten through that big of a load of legislation. So congrats, y'all. Yeah, handshakes. All right. Awards nominations. So this is something that the awards nominations are going to be open until next week. I'm going to try to get this in the Howl as well, so we can try to get. But if you have any people that you'd like to nominate, please send that into a form. And we will go into that, and we'll be voting on that next week. So, GROW is one of the GROW and Student Affairs and DIO are some of the people who also are going to be dealing with that as well and narrowing down those nominations. So please get those in as soon as possible. So, Senator intake form. All of the new senators, please add to that, or please fill that out so I can assign you to committees for next week. Delegations with open seats. You guys all know that. Committee assignments, legislative personnel application. Next meeting is the last meeting that I am appointing people. So get those people, get your folks in. All right. And comments and announcements, not to exceed 1 minute each. Ledford. Mike. Okay. All right. Tenacious. All right. Awesome. Okay. Apperson.
I just want to celebrate the fact that Beyonce finally won Album of the Year for Cowboy Calder.
All right, Beyonce.
I don't
All
think
right,
she should have won that.
Pro Tempore Dewberry. Hey guys, don't pack up yet, please. Please, we're close.
Thank you all for bearing with us through a very long meeting tonight. I just want to point out that our committee chairs work extremely hard every week or every other week to support us in the Senate. So let's please be considerate of them and their time. Please get your legislative projects in sooner rather than later. I do not want to force our committee chairs to have to sit through meetings over spring break. I don't know about you, but I do not want to be in committee during my spring break. Let's try to get in earlier rather than later. Thank you.
All right. Okay, Legislative Secretary Watts.
I just wanted to give this opportunity to anyone. If anyone would be interested in carpooling to Senate, I live in Wolf Ridge and I usually walk alone from the overflow lot at midnight in the dark. So if anyone does not want to do that and would want to carpool, that would be great.
Okay, Robertson.
So I appreciate everybody's focus this evening. But I do want to say, if if we're going to motion the previous question, we need to be careful that we're not silencing people's voices, because when we do that too quickly, that's what we're doing. So if we want everybody's voices to be heard, be careful how you motion the previous question.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Dean.
Okay, a few things. Because I didn't get my committee report in on time, but it's there if you guys want to look at it. But some important announcements: the College of Science delegation, which I'm the delegation head, we are tabling at the College of Sciences Career Fair on February 14th. We're going to be giving out Valentine's Day grams and maybe flowers. And so I think any delegation they can table at their career fairs. So definitely like do that opportunity. You can check out the delegation outreach events tracking sheet. And next meeting, 2/19, we're having Senate bingo. There are great prizes. They are funny and it's unexpected. And then for the delegation heads in the room, we will be having most likely a delegation head meeting next week. Yeah, so look out for that. And then also I wanted to leave off on this one note, just because there was discussions about, at least against DEI and how accessible and how much it's incorporated within our university and in our everyday lives. I would just like to say that at minimum, 2 of our legislations we debated on, which is the ASL legislation, which was the accessible printing one, they're all rooted in DEI. With ASL, we need to make sure we are supporting our students who need an alternative way to be communicating with us. With the accessible printing, we recognize that some colleges do not need printing over others, and that there's some discrepancies in the ability to access printing. So everything is rooted in DEI, and if you don't support, okay, I won't go into that. But yeah, yeah.
All right, awesome. Okay, Webster.
Okay, in the spirit of delegation head and outreach, I'm happy to share that I will be sending an email to all of you with a spreadsheet of feedback that the first year delegation collected at an event towards the end of last semester. It was food for thought. We gave out pizza in exchange for people's opinions and takes on things around campus. And in reviewing the information, we found that it applied a lot more to our delegation and it applied to student government as a whole. So we will be sharing that with all of you. And then lastly, I just want to thank everybody for your attentive and empathetic and vulnerable debate today, especially on some like really important bills that are going to have a really meaningful impact on our students, faculty, staff, alumni, and more. So just thank you all for that.
Thank you. Great. Aleem.
As the stuff that we talked about today, as important as they are, I'd like to say thank you to everyone for not mentioning a very contentious thing that's coming up, the Super Bowl. So thank you guys. It was a very productive meeting.
I think we know which team our student body president is on. Okay. All right. Nanjula.
I just want to remind everyone that Rules Committee will be meeting for rolling review on Monday, and I want to extend an invite to everyone in Senate. So if you're a new senator or you don't know much about statutes, please pull up. There'll be a lot of people who know a lot about statutes who could help you. And if you're willing to make write legislation in the future, I think it's going to be a great opportunity to get acquainted and see if we make any changes to, I don't know, get firsthand information about that. So please come.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Pro tempore.
Building off what previous people have said about delegation outreach events, I've also gone very heavy on the transition letters this session. So if you've gotten the email already from me, please remember to fill that out. And I will be connecting with the DIO chair to get delegation heads to write transitions for their successors as well. Additionally, if you thought tonight's meeting was long, wait till 2/19. Please come prepared to every Senate meeting for the rest of this session. The end of the session typically is very long, and we want everyone to get in and out like we did tonight. And I think that's about it.
Okay. All right. Weeks.
Hey guys, so as banquet chair, the banquet invite or the initial notification will come out this Friday. I do not have everybody's name on the list. I am sorry, I am human. So if you do not get a notification this Friday, please email stugov-banquet to get your name on the list so that I can send that notification out. Because again, I am not perfect and neither is my entire committee. So we need y'all's help to make sure that everyone does get invited to this banquet. Please and thank you.
BOE chair.
Yeah, just wanted to remind everyone again, books are opening on Friday and they're going to close on the 16th, which is a Sunday, next Sunday specifically. So please get in your books, because if that window closes and you want to apply, I can't let you in. So please
And
just
that
fill
will
it
be
out.
before our next Senate meeting, so it'll be in that 2-week period. Okay. Any other comments or announcements? I think I'm also making a comments and announcement again to kind of echo what some previous people said. Let's make sure that we give every piece of legislation our due diligence, as well as I love the book questions, but like we got to save our stamina for the end of for second reading. Okay, y'all. All right. Let's just a quick reminder for that, and let's be mindful of the whole agenda whenever we're thinking about things. All right, love y'all. Let's get into closing roll call.
Okay. Ready? Aleem. Alshamari. Apperson. Barker. I'm here. Biggs. Balaj. Kars. Giganti. Cook. Davis. Davis.
Present.
Desai.
Present.
Dewberry.
Present.
Dean. Dixon. Dunn. Echeverry. Falso. Frink. Hardwick. Hernandez. Hines. Ibrahim. Islam. Jones. Joshi. Khan. Kalu. Ledford. Lennon. Lewis. Lundergan. Bankley. Mengustop. McCoy. Nandula. Perez. Perry. Pittman. Price. Reed. Robertson. Robinson. Roth. Roman. Roman. Roth. Roy. Santolani. Shahid, I ate that up. Smith. Spencer. Stinnett. Taylor. Watts. Webster. Wetzberger. Watley. Whitehead. Williams. Wilson. Zolkin. 1 second.
Wilson.
It's all cancer.
Yes. Yasa. Joe. Byrne. Britt. Let's go.
Okay, I will make sure that they get on there. Okay, all right. At 11:42, I close this meeting, and also snaps for Zion. Wait, because Zion stepped up like an hour before. What? Tyler, what? What's up? Tyler is here. Watley and Smith is here.